Okay, before I open the room, I just want to ask Catherine. Okay, I see your chat. Thank you so much. I wanted to double check that the lives are up. And so now I will go ahead and open our Zoom room. So I'll just say we'll give it a few minutes, a couple seconds to let people filter in, and then we can start our welcoming remarks to everyone.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. We're really excited to start our fourth day, and we're just letting folks jump on. Welcome, everyone. And please to introduce yourself in the chat and let us know who you are and where you're from if you'd like. We're just giving people a chance to jump on now. We'll start in a little bit. Wonderful. We have a friend and colleague from Zimbabwe joining us. Thank you. From Rwanda, St. Lucia, Colorado, Tanzania, Brazil, Pakistan. Wonderful. Brazil again, and India, Nigeria. Welcome, everyone, to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. We're just letting folks jump on. So welcome, and please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat and let us know where you're from. It's just so fabulous to see all of us gathering from South Africa to Ghana, Alaska, South Sudan, Zambia, India. We'll start just in a few moments here. Thank you. start in a few minutes here. We're just welcoming everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Giving some space for people to join us. Really exciting to see people from all over the world, from the Netherlands, New York, Germany, Mexico. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Osprey and everyone. Just jumping in here to say that we are now recording. And welcome everyone. We'll begin soon.
Thank you. Okay, Jacqueline, we're going to go ahead and get started. So welcome everyone to day 4 of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. I'm really excited what has already happened over these last days and really looking forward to all the different panels and speakers from today. And I want to thank you all for your patience as we do a little housekeeping to ensure people are able to participate in different languages. We've been just so thrilled to have so many people join us and be able to hear this information in their home language. So when someone is speaking in a language other than their own, please activate the Zoom interpretation by clicking on the interpretation globe in the lower right side of your screen and choose the language in which you would like to listen. If you're connecting to Zoom through your phone, please touch the 3 dots at the bottom right corner of your screen where it says More and choose Language Interpretation. Choose the language in which you would like to listen and then touch Done. So now if the interpreters would please kindly give us the instructions in Spanish, French, and then Portuguese. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días a todas y todos. Para activar la interpretación, por favor, haz clic en el globo terráqueo donde dice Interpretación en la parte inferior de la pantalla y selecciona tu idioma de preferencia. Si estás en un dispositivo móvil, por favor, toca los 3 puntitos que aparecen en la esquina inferior a la derecha de la aplicación de Zoom, donde dice Más, y selecciona Interpretación de idiomas. Luego, elige el idioma en el que quieres escuchar y luego pulsa OK o Finalizado para que se guarden sus preferencias. Muchas gracias. Adelante en francés, por favor.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Gaëlle et j'assure avec Rachel l'interprétation en français pour cette semaine. L'interprétation est disponible en anglais, espagnol, français et portugais. Veillez à sélectionner le canal français pour accéder à l'interprétation. Si vous utilisez un ordinateur, vous pouvez cliquer sur l'icône en forme de globe qui dit interprétation dans la barre d'outils de Zoom. Si vous utilisez Zoom sur votre téléphone ou une tablette, cliquez sur les 3 points ou sur plus, puis sur interprétation, français et enfin terminé. L'interprétation n'est pas disponible sur les appareils Chromebook ou Linux et n'hésitez pas à intervenir en français. Nous interpréterons vers l'anglais. Si vous rencontrez un problème avec l'interprétation, veuillez nous en faire part sur le chat. Merci de nous aider à créer cet espace multilingue et bonne session à vous. And I give back the floor for my Portuguese colleagues.
Thank you.
Boa noite a todos os participantes. O nosso evento de hoje é multilingüe e teremos interpretação em inglês, espanhol, francês e português. Quando alguém estiver falando um idioma que é diferente do seu, por favor, ative a interpretação do Zoom, clicando no ícone do globo na parte inferior direita do Zoom. Caso você estiver usando um tablet ou um celular, na parte inferior do Zoom, desliza a barra até a direita que você vai encontrar um ícone com 3 pontinhos dizendo mais. E aí você vai encontrar a função de interpretação. Caso você tenha algum problema, por favor, não hesite em pedir a nossa ajuda, que eu, Camila, e a minha colega Patrícia, será um prazer em ajudá-las. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're really so appreciative of the interpreters so that we can ensure language access. Thank you all so much. So welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. My name is Osprey Oriel Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm living here on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. And as we open this gathering, we want to continue to invite people to introduce yourself in the chat with your name and where you're from. It's just been so thrilling every day to have people literally from all over the world joining us and participating in the chat and contributing with your presence and your knowledge and good conversation and questions in the chat. So thank you. For those of you participating through various live streams, we welcome you from far and wide. And if you would like to hear all of the sessions in your preferred language and also participate in the lively live chat, please be welcome to join us on Zoom. The registration link is on our website and across our social media channels. And we're very excited to learn that so far there have been over 100,000 people tuning in and viewing the assembly across the live streams in Zoom. So it's really wonderful. With that, I also want to just take a moment, as we've been doing every day, to acknowledge this very challenging time and welcome you all to a space for us to be together, to connect together, to be in community. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you are not alone and that we send you our love and well-being. It's so important at these times to be connected in community, and this is what this space is for. This global assembly is taking place during the second week of the climate talks in Bonn, Germany, where the continued struggle by our movements is underway, challenging governments to fight for climate justice, to end fossil fuels, to keep the 1.5 degree guardrail, centering gender in the UNFCCC negotiations, climate finance, the just transition, and so much more. Our assembly is timed to create a bridge with the vital advocacy work at the UNFCCC. Before our first panel of the day, I want to remind everyone that as part of this assembly, we're releasing a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally, because we want them to hear from us. The collectively written call to action will be delivered at the UN General Assembly in September and at COP30 in November. And you can see the call to action with our demands in the chat. And there is still time to sign the document and to take action with us. So we welcome organizational sign-ons, and thank you for everyone who already has. It's been wonderful to see how many more organizations have signed us through the process of this assembly. And last announcement for now is that WECAN is also soft launching a WhatsApp networking platform so that the conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, your research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. So we're putting a link to that in the chat, and we continue to welcome people to join us. So we're going to start our first panel. I want to welcome this incredible group of leaders to our first panel of the day, Well-Being Economies for People and Planet. And I want to thank all of the presenters for your important work and leadership. Over the last few days in this assembly, we've been really talking about how much our current economy is so detrimental to life, to put it in very simple terms. We've been naming clear truths that the climate crisis is not just an environmental issue, it's a justice issue. It's a crisis born of systemic injustice, fueled by centuries of colonialism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and extractive capitalism. These systems are not abstract. They show up in our economies every day. They devalue life, care, and community, and they especially devalue the labor, leadership, and wisdom of women, particularly Indigenous, Black, and women of color, whose care work sustains not only our households and communities, but the planet itself. So just to be clear, care work is climate work, even though it doesn't get recognized. If we are serious about building a regenerative, just, and livable future, we really need to center a feminist, care-based economy, one grounded in gender justice, racial justice, and ecological integrity. Investing in a care economy is not a side issue. It is central to achieving a just transition. It means supporting clean energy, decarbonization, community health, and the rights and well-being of workers, especially those long pushed to the margins. We invite you to dive into WECAN's report, how prioritizing care work can unlock a just transition for all, and we're going to put a link to that report in the chat. It offers a vision backed by data that valuing care and investing in care jobs builds resilient economies while confronting the root causes of climate breakdown. And all over the world, women are calling for a different way forward, grounded in circular economies, earth-centered values, and indigenous frameworks like Buen Vivir, which teaches us to live in harmony with each other and the natural world. This is the kind of leadership we need, bold, relational, rooted in justice and love for future generations. Reimagining our economies requires us to listen to those who have long stewarded the earth. It means unlearning the extractive logic of taking, exploiting, and dominating, instead of embracing a regenerative approach that honors reciprocity, care, and interdependence. And we can look to economic models that are already there that so many people have been developing, from degrowth to Samak Kausai, the well-being economy, Bhutan's Gross National Happiness Index, and others to help us and lead the way. And with that, I'm really honored to turn to our speakers, each of whom brings expertise and visionary leadership to this conversation. We'll be hearing from Dr. Jamila Mahmood, who is the Executive Director of Sunway Center for Planetary Health from Malaysia. Then we'll be hearing from Memory Kachambois, who is the Executive Director of African Women's Development and Communication Network, FEMNET, in Kenya. Then we'll be hearing from Maho Serda, who is Kishwa. She's a member of the Council of Konfenai, leader of the Economy and Community Development Area, member of the Kishwa Peoples of Sarena, and Federation of Napo Indigenous Organizations from Ecuador. We'll be hearing from Dr. Malia Khan, President and Chief Executive Officer from Women Deliver from Pakistan. And we'll be hearing from Rauna Kukanan, who is Sami. She's a research professor of Arctic Indigenous Studies at the University of Lapland in Finland. And then finally, we'll be hearing from Sandrine Dixon de Cleve. She's an honorary president of the Club of Rome and executive chair of Earth for All from Belgium. So this is quite an extraordinary group of leaders that will be taking us through this important topic. And with that, I'm very honored to hand the floor over to Dr. Jamila Mahmood. You have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Osprey. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever in the world you may be. It's really an honor for me to be with all of you today, among fierce and fearless women leaders, frontline defenders, thinkers, and doers, each of us bound by a deep commitment to reimagine a world where both people and planet not only survive, but thrive. We gather at a moment of unprecedented challenge, that Earth is burning, inequality is deepening, democracy is fraying. We are living through what many now call a polycrisis, a term that hardly captures the grief and exhaustion so many feel. But even in this storm, we are not powerless. As Arundhati Roy once said, another world is only possible. She is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Today, I believe that breath grows louder because we are breathing life into the future together. At the heart of this gathering is a simple but radical idea. that well-being, not profit, should be the measure of progress, that we must stop sacrificing people and the planet on the altar of limitless economic growth, and that care, community, and connection are not just moral values, they are economic strategies. One framework guiding this shift is donut economics, developed by Kate Raworth. It invites us to ask, how do we ensure no one falls short on the essentials of life, like food, health, education, and political voice, while also staying within our planet's ecological boundaries? It's about thriving in the safe space between deprivation and ecological collapse. This is not an academic theory, it's a living practice. And I'm proud to say it's taking root in my own country, Malaysia. In a city called Ipoh, rich in natural and cultural heritage, the donut model is becoming reality. In partnership with the City Council and local think tanks, our team at the Planetary Health Center of Sunway are creating a new kind of economy, one that heals rather than harms. We are focusing on regenerative ecotourism that empowers local communities, especially women and indigenous people, to protect biodiversity while earning dignified incomes. Limestone casts carbon sequestration, turning nature-based solutions into sustainable revenue streams. Community-based disaster preparedness, helping families build resilience against floods and waterborne diseases, intensified by climate change. Critically, this isn't a top-down project. It was embedded into the state's development blueprint after inclusive, high-level consultations. And guess what? The majority of the program leaders are women. This is the shift we need, from extractive systems to regenerative ones, from an overemphasis on GDP to well-being, from power to power with. And Ipoh is not alone. Cities like Amsterdam, Brussels, Portland, Nanaimo are also applying the donut model to rethink governance for the 21st century. What unites all these efforts? Local wisdom, community leadership, and many women at the helm. As we look to COP30, let's be clear. Climate negotiations cannot remain detached from justice. We cannot carry the baggage of old economic models into a new climate era. That would be like trying to build a sanctuary with the same tools that built the fire. The leadership of women, especially indigenous women, women of color, women from the global south, is not optional. It's essential, because when disasters strike, women suffer differently and suffer first. But we also rise first. We rebuild, we reimagine, we regenerate. Let's remember, well-being economies do not mean utopia. They mean reality built differently. Economies where care is counted, where forests are valued as much as financial portfolios, where interdependence is not weakness but strength. And yes, the road ahead is hard. We are up against powerful lobbies, entrenched interests, and colonial legacies that refuse to die. But we are also living through a moment of extraordinary possibility. The world is listening. Youth are rising. Indigenous knowledge is being reclaimed. Science and spirituality are converging. And everywhere, women are refusing to be invisible. So let us be bold. Let us be unafraid to imagine and implement a world in which economics becomes a tool for life, not for loss. As poet Adrienne Rich wrote, the most important thing one woman can do for another is to expand her sense of actual possibilities. So here's our call to action. Let's expand the world's sense of what is possible. Let's scale up cities and communities that embrace regenerative economics like Kate's donut economics and include well-being metrics in our development plans. Let's center the margins because that is where the new world is being born. And let us leave here knowing this. The blueprint for a just, joyful, and livable future is already in our hands. Now we must have the courage to build it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jamila, for those powerful comments. And we're really glad you could join us today. Thank you so much. I understand from my team that our colleague Memory is not on the line yet. We're still working technically with her. So I'm going to move to have Maho Cerda join us. Maho, are you there? You have the floor. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Ashley, and thank you everyone for taking the time to hear us, because sometimes I think it's difficult to reach indigenous bases communities, and especially women who can talk in spaces like this for people to listen what we are doing. So I'm Majo Andrade Cerda from the Quichua people of Serena. I live in the Amazon. I'm leading this organization called Confiniae. I'm in the background. That's the name. I'm representing 11 indigenous peoples groups that live in the Amazon, and I'm leading the Department of Economics. So I would like to share a video quickly. I don't know if the technical team can help me with that. It's a short video. I would like to introduce what we are doing.
Las nacionalidades indígenas amazónicas ecuatorianas hemos vivido en nuestro territorio la selva por siglos. Cuidamos de los bosques, ríos, cascadas, tierra, aire, plantas y animales, y de las comunidades, beneficiando a toda la humanidad.
Por eso es importante que implementemos una gestión integral de los territorios, considerando nuestras culturas para asegurar una conservación que incluya a los jóvenes, mujeres y ancianos.
Que responda a nuestras formas tradicionales de vida y respete las decisiones autónomas de las organizaciones acorde a los derechos colectivos y de la naturaleza.
Las oportunidades económicas en la Amazonía deben ser en armonía con la naturaleza y la vida digna de las comunidades.
Organizadas y organizados, podemos defender nuestros derechos y territorios.
Yes, that was the video that show what we are trying to do in our department, the economics department, but we are also adding a plus in our work because we don't want just economics as the sense the Western world view always economics, but we want to restructure that. We want to give dignity to our communities, especially for women and youth who really need this to keep having our ancestral knowledge till next generations, right? So in the economic department, we are not talking just about giving capital to entrepreneurs, but we want that entrepreneurs, indigenous economies, initiatives can give dignity and come back to the sense of the community, right? So also what we want to do is to create a brand that is called Amazonia. It means we want to create this with love. Remember when in a letter you send a letter to someone you love, you say bye, but you say sending love or love, and we want to do that thing with Amazonia. We want to send the Amazonia to people, and to believe that the Amazon rainforest it's still alive. We just have the Amazon. We can take care of the Amazon till this year. Otherwise, if we don't keep working on saving the Amazon, we are not going to talk about more the Amazon in the future. So what we want to do, it's to create a platform where indigenous initiatives are all together to defend the forest, the rainforest, and the rivers mainly, the flying rivers that are integrated in our ecosystem. We want to preserve nature. We want to preserve everything. And the economics area, it's focusing on this because we believe that indigenous governance has to include economics, education, health, and other issues as an integrity to have an autonomy in our lands. So what we need to do is keep working, but with the perspective of indigenous peoples. In this world of talking about economics, we are thinking maybe sometimes and all the time, as I said, we are always thinking about capital, but we cannot capitalize our rivers, our forests. What we want to have, it's really good prices and fair trade for our knowledge, because we are not just selling a product, we are not just selling food, we are selling our knowledge, our ancestral knowledge. Because if now acai is very demanded in the US and in other countries, it's because indigenous peoples first eat that food. It's not just because we are in this territory that we know this, but it's for like ancestral knowledge that can help us to build all of this. And now just people is demanding. We cannot do this just because someone is demanding. It's because we need this integrity, this dignity to our territories. So I would like to also let you know that in this program, we are helping our indigenous entrepreneurs with an accelerator. And this accelerator is giving money to the businesses led by indigenous peoples. And this is like credit loans with no interest. And this is all managed by the indigenous organization that I'm leading now. So the rest of the money, it's like just capital seed capital to invest in the own business. And we need to do that to create a sense of how we can do economies in indigenous territories, how we can do savings, but in a sense of how you retribute to indigenous communities, and mainly to have the very main role of indigenous women, who are the ones who are managing the economics, the money, the savings, and also the ancestral knowledge, and how we are integrating this to programs as education, health, and even serving basics as cleaning water. So I would like just to finish saying that we are in all of this together, and we need to support more indigenous-led initiatives. We need to support indigenous youth initiatives, and also women who are in the front lines of this work. I can tell everyone what else we are doing, so please reach us out in our social media and our website. I'll have also my email. But thank you so much for giving us this space and to hear us what we are doing back in our lands. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Majo. It's really great to see you. And Majo and I have known each other for over the years now. And I just love that you have come into this position and your leadership and all that you're doing. And it's really exciting. And one of the things that I really love that I learned when I was in Ecuador from indigenous peoples over, the last decade plus, is about the entire concept of buen vivir, or in some cases what is called sumak kausai. And it's a very, very different view of economy. And Maho was just explaining like how that gets manifested and governed by Indigenous peoples. And it's very exciting because it's a very different view of not seeing the growth of economies just based on material growth, but on our well-being, on a relationship with community, our relationship with the land, our relationship with each other, our relationship with creativity, and really turning the idea of economy into a much more holistic view about how we live with each other and the earth and reciprocity, and also what we value as something that is growth, which doesn't have to be material growth. And it's a very large concept, and something that I think is very exciting coming from a lot of our Indigenous communities in Latin America. And I just really wanted to uplift that, and thank you for the incredible work you're doing, Maho, to show us what does that look like, and how we really need to listen to Indigenous, not only Indigenous science, but Indigenous economy. So thank you so much for your presentation. And with that, I would love to hand the floor to Dr. Malia Khan. You have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Osprey, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this panel. And I'm really, I know people performatively say they're really honored to be a part of this, but I really am. This is an incredible array, as you so pointed out. I'm going to lift us up a little bit from what Maho was talking about, which is incredibly important, or what people can do at an individual level, and talk a little bit about what do we see happening around us, as you pointed out right in the beginning, in this multi-crisis. And and I'm, as an optimist, see an opportunity in every crisis. So I want to sort of think about, direct us to think about that, think about where we can insert a reimagining of economies, and a reimagining of the world order in which these economies rest, and a reassertion of the rights of individuals, women, Indigenous people, gender fluid people, all of them included, so that we are not constantly still battling the old systems. So for that, I want to talk a little bit about, the current capitalist system seems that it's been immutable, seems like it's been there forever, the extractive nature of it, the exploitative nature of it, and the fact that it benefits only a handful of individuals and not others. I believe Oxfam just came out with a report this week, which talked about how the trillions of dollars that the 1% have gained since 2015. So this is just in the last 10 years, the trillions and trillions of dollars that they have increased their wealth by. And this system doesn't always have to be thus. And I do think that the current attack on the multilateral system, on the rules-based order that's happening through a multitude of ways. One is through the reduction of ODA by donor governments. They are absolutely abdicating on their responsibilities that they have put forward. And these are self-appointed responsibilities post-colonialism, but that much of the global South and majority world's sort of social sector was reliant on those aid flows going forward. That is collapsing right now because donors have decided, northern governments have decided that they are going to abdicate those responsibilities, call it charity, and say that they're no longer going to do it, although we knew that when we did the post-colonial world order, the silent agreement was that these were really reparations for colonialism, and were owed to these countries, were not a form of charity. But over the last year and going into the next year, there's an estimation of almost 40 to 60 billion dollars leaving the system. And that has been incredibly vital for social services in many countries that are debt strapped. The other ways that we're seeing a real reduction of these, of the world-based order is through the undermining of multilateralism, right? And you spoke about, the possibilities of convening around the UN General Assembly, around COP and other places. those global spaces and the institutions that have upheld those global spaces and the global system that's worked to make those possible and make our, the little bit of progress that we've made on issues related to gender and climate have been coming through this system. So there's no wonder that the very same people who've been exploiting the capitalist system and gaining more and have been a part of the climate crisis are also undermining this rules-based international multilateral system. It's by design. And it's being done through a number of ways. I won't get into all the details of it, but I'm happy to talk about it later. But we know that there's an undermining of it. And where do we go when that rules-based order is no longer there and no longer serving us? In addition, of course, there is the climate crisis that each and every one of us is facing. The shocks and stresses we face are all similar. They don't differentiate between gender and class and socioeconomics and country. However, the implications of them and how we're able to face them and where our resilience lies is all to do with the incident of your birth, right? Where are you born? Which country do you reside in? How many systems do they have in place in order to be resilient? And we know that those who contribute the least to the climate crisis also pick up the heaviest burdens. And that is not just, and that needs to change. And that is also a crisis that is being ignored. And there's a reason why the multilateral system and the ways that we've been addressing the climate crisis really have been degendered, de-socioeconomic classed, and de-aged. There is no analysis of how age, class, gender, and other attributes affects your ability to face the climate crisis and to be able to survive shocks and stresses as they hit you. So on this, and I know I said I'm an optimist and there's possibility, and so far I haven't been sounding like that, but let me bring in the optimism. Wherever there's a crisis, wherever there's a shaking up of the international rules-based order, there's the opportunity to change it. What seemed immutable and unchangeable only a few years ago with the hegemony and the dominance of the US ODA-driven system that was dominated by northern governments, that is falling apart. National governments are recognizing and realizing that there needs to be a different system in place so that they can provide the essential services that is the responsibility of every state to their citizens. And that includes basic services around health, around clean water, around a clean environment, and all the rights that each citizen enjoys because of the mere fact that they are citizens of those countries. Nothing else should matter. And that includes, and there should be no discrimination based on that. So what is the opportunity? Dr. Mahmood has already quoted my favorite author on change by putting Arundhati Roy out there that the new world is possible. So I'm going to quote my second favorite, and the only reason why he's my second favorite is because he's a dead white man. I'd much rather quote a living, brown woman. But Gramsci, way back in 1947, said, "Now is a time of monsters. The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born." So we know that this is the moments of when there's terrible, as we were euphemistically calling them, difficult times and challenges. There's a full-on assault on all the things that have mattered to us. But where the opportunity lies is that the rules-based international order, which was really put in place to favor and reinforce the hegemony of northern colonial governments, can be changed. The majority world, the group of 77, whatever you want to call it, can now say, actually, that system no longer suits us. The debt-ridden system that we're burdened with national debts, so that, for instance, my country, Pakistan, pays $20 billion a year on debt servicing, and so therefore has no money left to be able to provide services to its own citizens and heavily relies on ODA to be able to meet basic things like education, healthcare, clean drinking water and supplies. that needs to change, and that also the rules-based order needs to really be driven not by a handful of countries who can drive agendas, not call genocide a genocide, be able to apply rules to certain countries and not to other countries, and to essentially gaslight us in so many ways, that we can actually say that that time has to change. We have to change it. And also, because not only am I an optimist, but I'm also a pragmatist, one of the offerings that I would like to make right now, Osprey, you mentioned the UN General Assembly and COP30. I'd also like to throw into that mix the Women Deliver 2026 conference, which will be held in April of 2026, as another global space where we can all convene, where we can put forward our collective demands of the world we want to see, the systems that we need to put into place, that would serve all the communities, all the citizens of the world, particularly women and girls and gender diverse people, and with a focus on those who hold the original knowledge going forward, as a place where we can make those demands, push forward, and make the political commitments that are needed in order to achieve it. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan, for your important comments and also the wonderful work that you're doing. I think, and we'll come back, hopefully you can have some time for discussion at the end to come back around to, these critical issues around how we actually put into practice and have the political will and the political levers to create deep systemic change in our economic structure. I think it's one of the most important questions of our time, because in many ways, and perhaps you have had this experience as well, where we actually work in frontline communities who are working to practice a new economy, a well-being economy or a degrowth economy, or the many different terminologies we have, which is basically an anti-capitalistic structure that really puts power and energy into the hands of community and care for nature. And the system that we're in, which, as you said, seems like it's completely unchangeable. And I think we're really talking about the space in between and how we get to the economy and the world that we know we want to see functioning and is healthy and does all of the work that you mentioned about care for citizens that government should be helping to perform, and the current structures that we have, and this endless economic growth system, this capitalist system that we're in, this imperialist system they're in, and how we continue to perpetuate catering to the wealthy elite, and how our systems are designed to do that. And we're in a huge power struggle over this right now, all over the world. And so I think this is a very vital conversation about how we actually get into where are the points of leverage and where are the points for political action, and how do we gain the power to do that. So it's a really vital dialogue that you bring forward, and thank you so much for joining us to put all of those pieces of information together for us. And with that, we're going to hear from Rauna from Finland. Let's go ahead and hand the floor to Rauna.
Koire Päivi, dear Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, and participants of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice 2025. Unnammalea Jounajon Anne Kirsti-Räynä tai Fierranjot Kirsti-Räynä. My name is Rauna Kuokkanen, and I greet you from the Arctic Circle and the Sami territory, currently in Rovaniemi. I'm speaking from the territories of the Sami people, whose traditional territories span across 4 nation states: Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula in Russia. My short remarks are titled today, More Than Markets, Indigenous Economies as Climate Justice. And my core message is that indigenous economies are not only about survival, they are about relations, responsibility, and resurgence. They offer relational models of economic life rooted in care for land, water, kinship, and future generations, precisely what climate justice requires. Where I come from, economy isn't a line on a GDP report. It is the salmon run, the berry patch, and the stories and knowledge people have and share, as well as the way in which we raise children to know their relations, both with human and more than human beings, and their connection to the land. So, what are indigenous economies? They are more than economic activities by indigenous peoples. They are more than human, relational, and land-based systems. Indigenous economies are rooted in kinship, both with human and beyond human relations, and perhaps more importantly, responsibilities, not just transactions. This take place in very diverse forms. They are harvesting, gifting, ceremony, reciprocal trade, customary stewardship, and seasonal subsistence rounds. Indigenous economies embody climate resilient practices developed over millennia. These economies prioritize ecological balance, sustainability, and intergenerational care. The Sami people traditionally recognize 8 distinct seasons that guide our cultural and subsistence practices, each marking subtle changes in the landscape, weather patterns, and animal behavior. However, climate change has disrupted this intricate seasonal knowledge as unpredictable shifts in temperatures, shorter winters, unpredictable spring and fall seasons, and altered migration patterns of animals have led to the collapse of these established natural rhythms and knowledge. An example from Sami reindeer herding and reindeer herding's role in land care is the semi-annual migration of reindeer herds between summer and winter pastures. This migration not only helps preserve biodiversity, but also minimizes environmental impact. At its core, this practice embodies respect for diverse landscapes as it involves returning to the same areas. You have to make sure that you leave them in a good condition so you can return again. So I want to emphasize that supporting indigenous economies means supporting also indigenous autonomy, sovereignty, self-determination, and land rights. Without these indigenous economies are not able, and they are also critical for climate action. There are major challenges facing indigenous peoples and indigenous economies. Colonial economies have displaced indigenous economies. Today, we face a new threat, the neoliberal so-called green economies, market-based green solutions that seek to address climate change, carbon offsets, and resource extraction in the name of renewables. And this is particularly challenging at the moment here in the Nordic countries and in Sápmi, the Sami territory. Those perpetuate the harm that has already started more than 100 a century ago in the Sami territory. I want to also at the same time call attention how indigenous women are often at the forefront and the front line of both harm and innovation as knowledge holders and community leaders. For example, indigenous women often are water protectors. And with growing investments in alternative energy generation, there has been so far insufficient attention to the environmental and social costs for water systems and communities. Many proposed hydropower projects are located on Sami territories, or in areas where altered water flows will disrupt downstream ecosystems, food systems, and living conditions. And this is also true to many other indigenous peoples. But there are also very hopeful moments. There are increasing number of land back campaigns, indigenous-led conservation areas, indigenous stewardship programs, guardian programs, and community-run renewable programs and projects. In Sápmi, the most well-known, also in the international media, is the Fosen case, where Southern Sami youth and reindeer herders are seeking to claim the land from one of the largest wind industry initiatives in Europe. I couldn't emphasize enough the importance of indigenous self-determination as a climate solution. It is essential to climate justice because it returns authority to communities whose governance systems are designed to sustain ecological balance, protect biodiversity, and prioritize long-term collective well-being over short-term extraction. I want to invite everyone to see indigenous economies not as relics, but as forward-looking, future-oriented systems of care based on relational thinking, being, and action. I want to close my remarks noting that climate justice isn't only about cutting emissions. It's about changing the relationship between people, land, and economies. Indigenous economies show us how, by taking care of each other, human and beyond the human, including the land herself. I want to invite the Assembly to center indigenous-led economic models in climate policy, funding, and action. I conclude with this idea that the economy is the way we take care of each other. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Rauna from the Finland area. We just absolutely love your presentation and sharing with us Indigenous economic values and systems. It's so important for us to think about how we can view the economy in a very different way. And before we go to our next speaker, I wanted to bring Maho back into the conversation since we're talking about Indigenous economy, and just to ask you to weigh in on what Rauna said, and also if you could further elucidate ideas about buen vivir. I think it would be good for us to go a little bit deeper into that. And then I also have a question for Dr. Khan, but please go ahead if you would really help to open that conversation up a little bit more, Maho. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I believe we should create more in indigenous economies is that indigenous economies is just one part of our governance for indigenous people. So think about a table. It needs four stands to be like a table. If we don't have one, it's gonna be wrecked, right? So economy is one part of this, and we need to give independence to communities to govern their processes and their territories. I was just reflecting on what my other colleagues were saying here, is that also economics are not just a part of this governance, but also are tackling climate change. How? Well, we are introducing our indigenous knowledge into these initiatives, and we are having independence in our own processes, and then we are tackling some extractive industries. For example, in our territories, we are being threatened by mining and oil exploitation, right? So if we give alternatives to communities, they could not sell their lands to the miners or to the oil companies. So we keep the territories, the lands for ourselves. And in the program that we are having at Confiniae, we have like a commitment with the indigenous businesses that they have to give some of the percentage of their financing to invest again in the preservation of forests for them, even if it's not deforestation or monitoring the rainforest, but also to reforest some forests that were lost because other activities, other economic activities. So I think it's really important to know that this process cannot just be apart from what the public investment it's doing, or it's apart from the private investment. Everything is interconnected. So if we find a way to put all together the private and the public sector to invest more in indigenous peoples, not just like a part of philanthropy, but also as a part of doing these businesses in a good way with indigenous peoples and having, of course, their free, prior, and informed consent. So all of this process, we had to build in a good way that the organization, the community, and even the business can understand. Otherwise, it's going to affect our structure of how we govern our territories as indigenous organizations or communities. So what is the most important part is that we all build this together. I didn't do this alone as the leader of company, but it's about to give the chance to everyone to speak up, and we can build this together. And I'm checking the boxes, and I was going to compliment what my sister Sammy said. It's really important also to create this kind of independence in economies, because we are the protectors of water. And I'm seeing in real life that when miners come to our land, to a territory, they are destroying our vital source of life, that it's water. So when we are trying to preserve just the water, we need to give alternatives, because in my territory, the miner said, but you don't have money to buy food. But I said, I have enough water to be alive. So maybe that's the thing that we need to do this, thinking first in the community and then how we can protect the environment as well, because we are all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Majo. So important. And also, I think it really speaks to what many people who are working towards having a new economy are discussing. An indigenous, and including indigenous economy, is also localizing our economy so that our economies get closer to the ground, with community, with food security, with water protection, with care for the forest, that we get our economies to be much more localized and integrated into our local communities and food and water systems. So thank you for your comments. And I'd like to turn to Dr. Khan, and as you were discussing more about multilateral processes and the way that our governance structures are affecting our economy. And from your perspective, what do you see are the most the largest opportunities, let's say, for interventions to move us off of this economy that is not working, that is, the economy that we're functioning in, this very top-down, extractive, servicing the wealthy, environmentally very disastrous, climate unfriendly economy. We could put a lot of other adjectives there, but what do you see are some of the biggest openings we have for interventions and change? It would be great to hear from you, from your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I'll couch my answers in with a caveat that I'm not an international economist, right? So I'm not bringing it from that perspective, but I do think that much of the current economic system is symbiotic with the international rules-based order that the northern governments put in place, post-colonialism, as a way of still being able to control and extract from those countries that they wanted to have those relationships with as they gained independence, and they didn't want to lose that. I think that, allowing national governments to exert their own autonomy and making sure that we're creating a system in which civil society, which includes indigenous communities, but others too, can hold their own governments to account in order for them to provide what is the responsibilities of each government to provide. And that these governments are then able to negotiate better and more favorable conditions for themselves, because right now the conditions that each of these governments are put under, the structures of debt, the unfavorable trade agreements, the extractive nature of multinational corporations, and the fact that they don't pay taxes, etc., are all part of this system. So if we're able to lift up national governments, allow civil society to, and each citizen to hold those governments accountable, so that slowly over time they have to respond to the needs of their own citizens. And that pressure can then be exerted by indigenous groups, by women-led institutions and organizations, and by the feminist movement. So I think it's really important that we look at how these multilateral systems will be navigated and negotiated, how, for instance, the climate debates are going to be structured going forward, so that we don't have veto power of certain governments. We don't have the vast majority of people who are attending COP being supported by or actually being, oil and gas lobbyists, which is currently, the oil and gas lobbyists far outnumber any of the civil society people who are attending all of those sort of forums. So I think that, if we don't put out the vision of what the vast majority of the world would like the system to be and see, where we don't talk about things like debt cancellation so that governments can invest in their own economies that allow citizens to thrive rather than just to survive particularly in the face of the climate crisis, then we're really missing a very big opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think, I just want to share with our audience, and I'm sure people are aware in their own work, this is incredibly hard work. So just to give an example, sort of queuing off of Dr. Khan's comments, as an example, when we were all in Azerbaijan for COP29 at the end of last year, it was called the finance COP, and it was supposed to be a negotiation around really figuring out how wealthy countries, the global north particularly, is going to help finance what are we going to do to get off of fossil fuels and transition to clean energy, what's going to happen around loss and damage, and all these different components that are being negotiated regarding the Paris Climate Agreement that have to do with the finance component. And it was, I don't know any other word, it was a disaster. People walked away from COP29 really from civil society perspective, very empty-handed. And it really has to do with the fact that one, there wasn't enough finance put on the table by wealthy countries by a vast, vast margin. The money is there. We've been talking over the last few days about how we can look at our governments, and I'm here in the United States and watching literally billions and billions going to the military, but where are the finances to care for communities, care for the earth, care for basic well-being? So the funds are there, but they're not being allocated to the things that we need or that the earth needs. And so the finances that were put on the table were minuscule compared to what the demands are. And then the other part is talking about the quality of the finances themselves, that they're not put forward in terms of loans, but in terms of actual grants. And so that we see the funds moving from those who have the wealth and have the funds to those who need them in a form that doesn't create more debt, which creates a vicious cycle, as you were getting at a little bit, Dr. Khan. And so I think this is a really critical component of not only the climate negotiations, but how the world is governing finance and wealth overall, which is not heading in the right direction. So there was a lot of pushback by civil society in Azerbaijan, a lot of frustration from governments that are depending on these funds for this transition into a new regenerative economy, renewable energy economy. What's going to happen with the fact of adapting to climate disasters and all of these different components. And I think the thing that's really tragic and sad is how slow governments are moving in relationship to the crises that are unfolding, not just but climate, environment, social injustices, and it's not really meeting the needs of the people. And so I just wanted to emphasize that I think that we're on course with what our demands are and our analysis about what could happen, from feminist economics to the degrowth movement, to beyond growth movements, to Bhutan gross national happiness, to indigenous economies. I mean, I think a lot of information's out there by economic experts and people practicing reciprocal relationships with the land and each other in different economies. But the powers that be and the institutions that are in place are formidable. And so I think it is a time where civil society has to get louder and stronger in our interventions and demands around, the fact that we have to address our governments in how they're regulating the techno billionaires, for example, and the fact of how we're going to actually move us into a well-being economy, which is what's really needed. And so I think this is where the challenge really exists, is knowing the kind of economy we need and how do we actually get our governments and those in power to move along with a very different view of economic structures. And I see that your hand's up, Dr. Khan. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and please call me Maliha. I don't know who you're referring to. I keep saying Dr. Khan. But one of the other things I wanted to add to you, completely, agree with everything you're saying. But I also want to add the whole issue of taxation, right? So there is debt. There is the need for those that have, those governments that have exploited others through colonialism and other factors, to be able to, to not give loans and etc. and those be grants, because that's really reparations, and we should talk about that. If nothing else, we should talk about debt restructuring and debt cancellation. But we should also talk about taxation. I quoted Oxfam's report, which didn't note the numbers down, can't remember exactly where they were, but I did look up another one, that just in 2024, the wealthiest 1% have increased, just in that year, increased their wealth by $2 trillion. Right? So the amount, and if we continue to go in this direction, there will be they're projected to be 3 or 4 individuals who will be trillionaires. And that's a sum that is just very, very difficult for us to fathom. Part of the issue that we're facing right now is that so many of these individuals try to get around public censure and outcry against their unbelievable accumulation of wealth by reverting to philanthropy. Right? But that means that the issues that they care about are those that get funded. And yes, there are many of them which we applaud, that they are, yes, they're giving away billions of their dollars. And, Gates has just said he's going to give away his entire wealth over the next 10 years. The question, though, should be, why in the world are these people allowed to accumulate this level of wealth? And why should the ways, with the absence of overseas development aid, and I know there was a question of when I said ODA, what do I mean? I'm talking about, countries like the US and the UK, Canada, Germany, etc., giving grants and giving loans to those countries, least developed and middle income developing countries, that then fund so much of the work that their citizens are reliant on, that we can't turn to philanthropy, but then also, why should we have to turn to philanthropy? Right? That is the key thing. That it should be the rights of every individual as citizens of their own country, for their governments to be able to meet their basic needs in education, in water supply, in clean environment, in healthcare, and not be reliant on a handful of billionaires and trillionaires and their philanthropy, or by the largesse, and I say this in quote unquote, largesse of donor governments. It should be the compact between the citizen and the state. And then these governments should really negotiate the international rules-based order, not by the dominance of a handful of countries, but by the preponderance of the majority of the countries as to what the world and the rules that we abide by look like. And I think that is really, really important that we should be pushing for at this moment in time.
Thank you so much, Malia. And I couldn't agree more. I think it's really critical that we have that level of intervention and what we need to be pushing for. And I wanted to see if Majo, if you wanted to jump into the conversation to add anything before we close out. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's really important what Dr. Mali has said, because in terms of money, the wealthiest people are addressing all the economies around the world. And that's why we are not having these economic resources back in our territories. But at the same time, we are having a lot of richness in the sense of our forests, right? Our forests, our rivers. And I think that's the important part also, to change what we are seeing as valued or not. Who determines what is valued? The ones who have money. But at the same time, we should keep strengthening our own ways on recognizing the power that we have, right? Without the forests that are in indigenous territories, we cannot talk about the future in the world, because humanity depends on the forest and the territories of indigenous peoples. I'm not saying that we should commodify everything, like putting a price on carbon that our forests are giving to the world, right? So what I'm saying is that we have to think about the global commons. What is really a commonality in the world is that we are sharing this struggle against climate change, right? So we should revert what happened in the sense of doing these economies. Capital make that climate change, it's happening now, right? But if we turn the table and put in the position of indigenous peoples and creating this sense on what we are doing as indigenous peoples, mainly women and youth, we can retrieve this sense and create our own platforms like we are doing right now in the Amazon. There's a lot of talking about hundreds of millions giving in pledge around climate change conferences and also biodiversity conference at the UN. But at the same time, just maybe less than 2% of that money has reached indigenous communities, right? So that's why we are creating these new initiatives that generate these dynamics of economics in our own communities, right? To keep surviving, to keep the resistance against the system. So I think the important part here is recognizing who is leading the economic narrative and how we can change that, as we are doing in climate change negotiation, in human rights, about indigenous people's collective rights. We have to check how we can change the narrative there.
Very good point, Majo, and that's one of our big challenges. And I think we need to see it sort of all the different components in an ecosystem of how we change the narrative, how we push back in these multilateral spaces, and also at the same time keep demonstrating on the ground the new economy. So it's a very holistic approach to everything from the research to these new narratives, doing media work, and pushing back as civil society. It's a really comprehensive approach about, very, very huge job, which is transforming our economy. I do see one of our presenters has made it onto the Zoom room with us, and we're so glad to have her here. Sandrine Dixon DeCleve, we introduced you earlier, but we're so glad you're here. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Osprey, and I am so sorry that I could not come sooner. I'm actually here at London Climate Action Week, and I was chairing a session that went over, and I'm actually here in Guildhall, in these incredible halls where we've talked about how important not only gender and climate is, but also how we need to talk about a new economy. So thank you, Maho, for your point, because this is the crucial point, and that's the reason why we've all been brought together by Osprey today, right? How do we actually think about that new economy? And not only how do we think about it, but how do we actually make it real? We published, so as a representative now of the Club of Rome, having been co-president of the Club of Rome, very much looking at new economic models and thinking through not only Western models, but clearly models that are important for the Global South. A shift towards what we are calling system dynamics and thinking through well-being, which is integrated very clearly across our economic indicators. So getting absolutely structural in terms of how we look beyond GDP, because we know that it's our extractive economy that has driven us to now the UNDP reporting for the first time that we are no longer progressing as a human species from an economic perspective. And I think this is fundamental. Going beyond GDP, because we also know, and even though the Club of Rome and so many of our allies that we've been working with who have tried to very much speak about new economic models, such as the donut model or the well-being economy governance model, because we have 5 core governments across the globe that are actually putting in place indicators that go beyond GDP, and they are more resilient to shocks and stresses. So these are proof points. But the reason why beyond GDP now is becoming so important, and governments hopefully will start to listen, even though we know how difficult it is because we know that the cost of inaction on climate change, so now at 1.5, we will lose annual GDP of about 3%. And we also know that the cost of inaction at 3 degrees will be upwards of 10 to 17%. So what we're really saying here now to governments is this is a no-brainer. I mean, if you didn't listen to Indigenous people before, if you didn't listen to the importance of the care economy and women in the economy, if you didn't listen because you were so caught up in what I'm now calling tech bro feudalism, then ladies and gentlemen, and the gentlemen are not hopefully, or I don't know if they are on this call, the fact of the matter is this is the moment of the new economy. This is the moment of moving beyond GDP. It is the only way we are actually going to prepare and protect our economy to future shocks and stresses. The good news is we have at the UN level a high-level panel that's now looking at moving beyond GDP. And the good news is also that we have the European Commission and other countries, sorry, I got something in my throat, who are also looking at new indicators. So we are now working structurally with economists and scientists to make sure that we have a cluster of indicators to work together and really put that forward to more governments across the globe. What we've been doing also at Earth for All, and Osprey, I'll close here, is creating a movement of variety of people, governments, and civil society actors, but also finance ministers who are starting to understand, even working with the IMF, the World Bank, the ECB, the EIB here in Europe, that actually this is really the moment of shifting towards a buffering of GDP with new indicators that enable us to move to beyond GDP. And I'd say the last point is the excitement is the Brazilian government and the way in which the Brazilian government has really picked this up. The fact that Lula has already put into the G20 conversation the need to look at other types of economic development and economic models. The fact that he already hosted a social summit and that we are now thinking of integrating into the COP language for COP30 and working with the Brazilian government, so a real steer towards moving beyond GDP and putting in place new indicators. So this is an exciting moment. We're having these conversations in a variety of different fora, even if we know that right now it is so difficult because of what's happening in the United States. And as I said, this tech bro feudalism that is going totally counter to what a well-being economy stands for. Diversity, love, support, equity, a reduction in poverty, enabling people to have better lives and livelihoods. What we're seeing is that there is a counter movement that is really pushing this forward. And I just want to thank Osprey and the team for all your incredible work in trying to bring us all together to have these conversations. And I am so apologetic for not coming sooner.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandrine. No apologies. You're doing your work, and we're so glad you're on the ground at London Climate Week to do your important work. So it's totally understood, been there, understand the situation, but I really appreciate your comments and especially your enthusiasm and giving us a really good glimpse of hope around this change around GDP, because we were talking about it before you were online, just how critical it is that we move to a different economy. There's just no way forward without that. And we were talking about what levers do we have to push that agenda forward. So it's really exciting to hear work. I have a gazillion questions for you. We're going to have to do that offline. And we have a limited time on this session. And I want to give our final speaker, who also just came on, a chance to speak. But for all of our listeners, we know that there's a lot more that needs to be said. And we have a full agenda today, so we are going to go to our last speaker and then close the session. But I want to say that I'm aware that there's a lot of open-ended thoughts here, and we can carry on the chat a little bit. And Sandrine, I will follow up with you offline, but I appreciate your analysis and the work that you're doing, and we put links to your work in the chat. And I'm hoping that Memory Kachambois is with us. Is that the case?
Hi, Osprey. Unfortunately, I do think we lost Memory with the technology pieces, so apologize, but just wanted to come in and let you know.
All right, great. Because of that, let's fire one question to Sandrine before you go, if you don't mind, and then we'll close this session. How do we square the fact of, even, with countries moving towards a new GDP, let's say, how do we deal with these techno bros? How do we deal with the fact that so much of the economy is based on extractivism? Any comments on that as your final comment would be great, and then we'll close the session. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked a lot about tech bro feudalism today. I'm just now in a session around how we can enhance collaboration by bringing in some, for example, of the good AI companies that are really wanting to hack the way in which the bad AI companies are moving in the wrong direction, because we have to understand that our movement towards decarbonization has now been fundamentally interrupted by what I call the 5 M's, right? The 5 M's stand for monarchy, money, minerals, molecules, and military. And if you look at those 5 M's, you can pretty much see them play out in terms of the geopolitics today. What's important here is that the progress that we were making has been a bit halted by those 5 M's. And so the only way that we can regain control is that we have to be a hell of a lot more strategic. And so there are a variety of different pathways. One is we have to hack humanity and love into everything we do. And we do. We definitely need to bring in the feminist value system that absolutely needs to be hacked everywhere. But the other is that we need to kick these guys where it hurts. And so that needs to come in a variety of different ways. One is through holding governments and also holding companies accountable for their lack of moral value. And we can do that either through the way in which citizens are now engaging. We are talking about citizen assemblies. We're talking about democratized processes, but that sometimes takes time. I talk about Cambridge Analytica for good. Basically, I think we need to hack the whole system. We have to hack social media. We need to start to figure out through bots, through TikTok, through influencers, through different communication methods, how we can actually bring in, shift the thinking around this tech bro, macho one-upmanship that is encroaching into every single part of society. The manipulation, the hate, the fear mongering, etc. We also need to figure out where the financial flows are going. And that's incredibly important. We know that actually the entire populistic movement here has been fueled by the United States right-wing and Republican movements, but predominantly the right-wing parts of the Republican movement. And that we need to halt, or we need to counter by financing the good stuff, by financing counterculture to that particular type of culture. So there are a variety of hacks that have to happen, and then we have to go through the normal pathways. Continue discussions in terms of international diplomacy and the discussions at the international level. Continue discussions in terms of new indicators. Continue discussions at the local level, working with good mayors that really want to move this forward, and at the level of the state and at the national level. So there are a variety of mycelia and different types of actions that need to happen at the same time. And part of the conversation we're having here, Osprey, is how do we bring all of this together? We're part of a climate collaborative here. I'd love to speak to you further about this and seeing how we can bring you and others into this broader collaboration and this mycelia effect network of networks where we start to hack the hell out of the tech bros.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Sandra. And I accept the invitation. Look forward to speaking with you. Thank you for your work at London Climate Week. And we've put, as I said, all of your links into the chat. We're going to go ahead and close the session. I really want to thank all of the presenters who have been on this really powerful panel around well-being economies and all of your analysis and different viewpoints. It's really exciting to have this discussion. It's a challenging discussion, but it's a discussion we have to have. So thank you all for your work, and we really appreciate the time you've taken with us. And we're going to move to our next panel at this stage. Thank you. Thank you. So
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And now I'm honored to move us to our next panel and to welcome an incredible group of leaders to the panel on divestment movements and transitioning away from fossil fuels. All over the world, communities are rising to say enough is enough. We can hear that just from our last session. And fossil fuel corporations and financial institutions that prop them up are driving climate chaos, violating human indigenous rights, and fueling deforestation and environmental destruction. So in response, there's been a powerful divestment movement, and they're continuing to grow, building strategic, coordinated, and rooted in frontline resistance. These movements are halting pipelines, blocking new fossil fuel infrastructure, and organizing to cut off extraction at the source. And at WECAN, we've had the honor of working alongside many of the leaders on this panel, including in co-directing Indigenous women's divestment delegations with Michelle Cook, who you'll be hearing from shortly. And these delegations are acts of resistance and reclamation. They create space for Indigenous women and frontline leaders to sit across the table from the very institutions that are financing destruction, banks, insurers, and asset managers, and to speak truth to power, and to say to them that their money is funding rights violations, that their portfolios are fueling planetary collapse, and really having a dialogue with them. And some of this work we do is in a workshop format. Sometimes it's more fiery directly on a particular project, but we need to be in relationship with the people who are financing. This is climate justice in action, exposing power, holding institutions accountable, and as we've been talking about, shifting the narrative so communities and the earth are no longer treated as sacrifice zones. These delegations have directly led to hundreds of millions of dollars in fossil fuel divestments, catalyzed investigations, policy shifts, and increased public pressure across the finance sector, which is what we want. We want to push that agenda. And the message is clear. We must stop the flow of money to fossil fuels. So for a lot of the discussions that we've had thus far in the Assembly, we've been really talking about different kinds of advocacy with governments and what we're doing on the ground and what actions we can take individually and collectively. And this conversation is adding to that, which is now not just addressing governments, but directly to the financiers themselves of fossil fuels, and really talking to them about instead directing the resources of those finances toward renewable, regenerative, community-led solutions that honor and protect life. And how do we actually get into that dialogue with them? Now, to help ground this conversation, I want to begin with a short video to show one aspect of this work. There's many aspects of this work, but we wanted to show you this because it's very inspiring and fiery and really brings us into some of the heated debate on this conversation. And then afterwards, I'm going to introduce our speakers.
The decisions you make as Credit Suisse and the Swiss people affect those of us downstream from your actions. You sit here comfortably in your privilege, while our communities bear the risks of your investments with our very health, our lives. We face a future without clean water as you reap your dividends and returns. What do you as Swiss people hold sacred? To us, water is life, to all of us. I request that you directly answer my questions now.
Thank you. I will answer your question, as I said, at the end when everybody has spoken. And the next speaker is Monica Verdin.
I'm a shareholder, and I request that you answer our questions individually.
Thank you very much. I'm the chairman who runs this AGM, and I decided I will answer at the end, which is my right, and I have to live with it. Thank you.
Here to let the investors know in the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion project how directly affected we are and how many times that we have opposed this project. We've been marginally ignored within that process, and the consultation that we had required has not been.
Can you guarantee me and my nation that you will no longer have business relationships and provide finance for Kinder Morgan Company?
We are here today to let Credit Suisse and all the other banks that are financing these projects that we have not given our consent, that we find water and clean air and land to be critical infrastructure, not pipelines. We're all citizens of this planet, and what happens in our homelands will affect the people here in Switzerland.
For over a year and a half, we have tried to pursue all legal avenues possible, petitioning our state and federal agencies to conduct environmental impact studies, yet we have been unheard. And our resistance to this corporate colonialism that is tied to carbon extraction is growing, especially during these times where corporations are influencing our government to pass laws restricting our rights. What changes has Credit Suisse made to its due diligence and risk assessment processes following Dakota Access Pipeline?
Investing in a company is just that, whether it's project level or corporate level financing. We need you to stop financing these dangerous companies. Two of the banks our delegation also met with, UBS and DNB, who we provided the same exact information to, chose not to renew their credit facilities with ETP. Yet Credit Suisse has taken no action and has made no statement.
Not once in these calculations of profits is the loss of indigenous peoples' culture on this planet mentioned as a risk. Credit Suisse has a choice to do the right thing. So until then, indigenous peoples will continue to wage and escalate a mass globalization, calling for accountability of Credit Suisse in the financial industry. We will call for divestment, we will call for a boycott, we will call for the sanction of Credit Suisse for these indigenous human rights violations by these oil companies that you are supporting by any and all means necessary.
I ask that the Swiss people stand with us. I ask that you hold Credit Suisse accountable and say no. No, we will not fund these projects that are hurting people and committing human and indigenous rights abuses.
So that's a good way to kick off this really important conversation. I'm so honored with all of the speakers who are here. We're going to be first hearing from Oyesheta Sibley Ozain. She is the founder of Vessel Project of Louisiana and co-coordinator of the Gulf South Fossil Finance Hub from the US. Then we'll be hearing from Hefa Schuking. She is founder, management, and campaign strategist at Ergewald in Germany. Then we'll be hearing from Olivia Bisa Turco, who is Shapra. She is president of the Autonomous Territorial Government of the Shapra Nation in Peru. Then we'll be hearing from Ayumi Fukakusa, who is the executive director of climate change and energy campaigner at Friends of the Earth Japan from Japan. And then we'll be hearing, to wrap it up, Michelle Cook, who is Danae. She is founder of Divest, Invest, Protect from Turtle Island, USA. And also, as you saw, was in the video that we just showed. So I'm really excited about this conversation and would love for you, Roisheta, to take us away. Please, you have the floor, and thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much, Osprey. That was an amazing video and an amazing display of all of the efforts that we collectively as women are doing to stop what's causing harm to not only our bodies, our children, our families, our communities, and this entire world. So thank you for starting off with that video. Hello, family, community, brothers and sisters, and to everyone out there who is currently on this call, who've given up your time to be here to listen to us. I always want to start off with gratitude because you could be anywhere else, but you are giving up your time to be here today to listen to us, and that is very, very important. And for some of you, is a first step in trying to figure out where you stand in this climate fight. So thank you for giving us your time today. As mentioned, I am the co-founder and co-director of the Gulf Fossil Finance Hub, and I am also the founder, director, and CEO of the Vessel Project of Louisiana. I work at the intersection of all of these injustices that we face in our communities, but also trying to ensure that my community members have what they need to fight, and that is food, safe water, a safe place to stay. Those things are imperative in order to fight against these evils that are coming at us. But today, we find ourselves at a critical crossroads in our fight against climate change, a crisis that is increasingly impacting our communities with more frequent severe weather events. As stated earlier, I live in Louisiana in the United States along the Gulf Coast. We are seeing more hurricanes, more tornadoes, more flooding, and even wildfires here in Louisiana. We know that something is wrong. And in order to mitigate this problem, we know that the answer to this is to phase off fossil fuels, since fossil fuels are the primary source of these emissions that are causing these climate-induced disasters. These emissions, like burning coal, oil, and gas across all sectors, must be stopped immediately. It is not just important, it is imperative. Enough is enough. However, this transition cannot be achieved through, piecemeal efforts. It requires a comprehensive approach, which I'm sure you've heard from other speakers on previous panels. That is both just and equitable, not just coming to communities with ideas that you've schemed up somewhere else, but in line with what community members want. We must elevate the voices of frontline communities, those who have suffered the most from environmental degradation and social injustice. Women, in particular, are leading this vital fight. They must be supported, they must receive resources, and they must receive funding in order to continue to care for their families and their communities. Their resilience and leadership are indispensable. And as we navigate this complex transition, we must continue to put women first and foremost. As we move away from fossil fuel economies, we must also ensure that the clean and renewable energy solutions we adopt do not replicate the injustices of our past. This is what we mean by a just transition. It must be what community members want, what communities need, and what they have asked for, not just what we feel like they need or we feel like they deserve in their communities. We cannot allow practices such as community displacement, human rights violations, and environmental destruction to persist under the guise of progress. This new approach must be grounded in the principles of climate and environmental justice, ensuring that those who have been historically marginalized, Black, Indigenous, people of color, women, that they are not continuously abused by this extractive system, but that they are prioritized and empowered in the transition to renewable energy. Community-led and community-owned renewable energy projects are essential to this mission. These initiatives break away from the corporate top-down models that have dominated our energy systems for far too long. By redistributing wealth and ownership, we empower communities, especially women, to take control of their energy futures. This transformation not only reduces costs and enhances access to energy, but also strengthens democracy and protects human rights. Because that is what we're trying to do here. We are fighting for people. We don't want to harm people in the fight to save people. That is not the answer. To effectively address the climate crisis, our global transition to renewable energy must be scaled and centered around community involvement and community leadership. This comprehensive approach requires us to tailor our strategies to meet the specific needs of diverse regions and socio-ecological contexts. This is not just an environmental imperative, it is a moral obligation to ensure that every voice is heard and every community is supported. The challenges we face on this journey toward a just transition are significant. Barriers erected by corporations, financial institutions such as the banks, the six largest banks in the US, JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, if I didn't say that one, Morgan Stanley. All of these banks are contributing to the climate chaos that we are currently facing, and they must be held accountable. Banks can no longer fund and finance these projects because if they do, they are funding and financing environmental racism. They are funding and financing the death of our families and our children, and enough is enough. The vital work being done by women and communities in advocating for a just transition cannot be overstated. That we are fighting not only for sustainable solutions, but also for the well-being of our families and our communities while embodying the spirit of resilience and leadership that we desperately need. Support women, listen to women, fund women. We need a just transition, but it not only do we need a just transition, but we need a fast, fully funded, equitable, feminist phase out of fossil fuels now, not tomorrow. Time is running out. Women have shown over and over and over again that we have the solution. Yet we are not trusted. We are not supported. We are pushed away. We are expected to do things of old, like just stay in the kitchen and cook and raise the kids and tend to the garden. Those days are over. But because we possess those skills, we know how to nurture this planet. We know how to feed a community. We know how to survive and thrive. So listen to us, support us. This report that was released by WECAN outlines how women are winning, how to get to a just transition. It showcases that the solutions that we need are already here. We don't have to make them up. We don't have to reinvent them. But what we have to do is move towards a renewable future and get off of fossil fuels of the past. I didn't wake up this morning on my daily walk and see a dinosaur walking in my community. Why did I see a flare coming from a fossil fuel company? If dinosaurs are extinct, so should fossil fuels be. It is time out. Enough is enough. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Osprey, for always welcoming me and being so inviting and highlighting the different ways that each of us are fighting, taking care of ourselves barely, taking care of our children, taking care of our communities, and taking care of this one planet that we all share and we all call home. Not just me is impacted, not just the women on this panel are impacted, but everyone on this call, everyone on planet Earth is impacted by the decisions that are being made here in the United States, in DC, in New York, by these banks in Japan, by banks and insurers in Europe. All of us are being impacted because we all breathe air. We all drink water. So let's all fight together. Let's hold hands. Let's stand tall. Let's support women. Let's ensure women have money and resources and funding. Let's continue to fight. Let's continue to center joy. Remember our North Star and let's keep going because enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Roishetta. Oh my goodness. Thank you for that powerful intervention and your incredible leadership as always. We love you so much and we stand with you, putting a lot of links to Roishetta's work in the chat. It's really important to follow her work and her leadership and the campaign she's been leading, and just giving us that great firepower and energy to go forward. Thank you so much, Roishetta. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor to Heffa. Heffa, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Heffa Schücking. I'm director of the German Environment and Human Rights Organization, Urgewald, and it's a real honor to be here tonight. When I think back over the past months, I think we've all experienced moments of shock and dismay. Shock at the speed with which the Trump administration is dismantling environmental regulation and basic democratic rights. Shock over the advances of right-wing European parties like the AfD, whose leaders say they want to tear down Germany's windmills of shame, as they call them. Dismay over the growing number of threats, arrests, and lawsuits against environmental defenders. If our current reality was a movie, its title would be something like The Fossil Fuel Empire Strikes Back. But the fossil fuel industry and its political allies are too late. In 2024, solar and wind accounted for 90% of new power capacity that was installed worldwide. Renewables, and especially solar, have become the cheapest option for building new power plants in almost every country in the world. The clock cannot be turned back. This is important to remember because the backlash we are witnessing now is not a reflection of our powerlessness. It is a reaction to our power. If I think back in 2018 already, Peabody Energy, one of the world's largest coal companies, wrote in its filing to the Securities Exchange Commission, this is a direct quote, unfavorable lending policies and divestment efforts could significantly affect demand for our products and securities. And when Texas and 10 further Republican states sued major asset managers last year. Their main accusation was that a cartel of investors was weaponizing their shares for green energy goals. The fossil fuel industry understands all too well that finance is its Achilles heel. Over 90 financial institutions now rule out lending, insurance, and investment for companies that are still developing new coal mines, power plants, or coal transport infrastructure. Almost 100 major financial institutions have taken commitments to exit coal financing by 2030 in OECD countries and by 2040 in the rest of the world. And many of Europe's largest insurers and reinsurers now refuse to underwrite the development of new upstream oil and gas development. Italy's Generali recently went one step further and became the first insurer to also include insurance coverage for new LNG terminals and gas-fired power plants. And in 2024, two of the world's largest banks, BNP Paribas and Crédit Agricole, the 8th and the 10th largest bank in the world, announced that they will no longer issue bonds for oil and gas companies. This came only a few months after the world's 11th largest pension fund, it's a Dutch pension fund called PFZW, divested over 300 oil and gas companies. And what was really interesting was the statement of the pension fund's chairman, which said, I quote again, "The dialogue with the oil and gas sector on climate has made it clear to us that most fossil fuel companies are not prepared to adapt their business model to Paris." Pension funds, insurers, and banks increasingly realize that the 5% of their portfolios that are invested in the old energy world puts the other 95% of their investments at risk. Today, investors representing around 20 trillion US dollars in assets under management have excluded coal companies from their portfolios. All of this didn't happen by chance. It happened because of relentless campaigning, such as in the video we saw right at the beginning of this session, which was really, really inspiring for someone who works on European banks. So this happened because of strong campaigns, strong networks, and hard data. Data is our specialty at Orgewald. Last year, our finance research team set up the Investing in Climate Chaos website, a website where you can view the fossil fuel holdings of over 7,000 institutional investors worldwide, a kind of sister website to the Banking on Climate Chaos site. And each year, our corporate research team digs through the annual reports of over 6,000 coal, oil, and gas companies to compile Orgewald's two signature databases, the Global Coal Exit List and the Global Oil and Gas Exit List. We think of these as divestment to-do lists for financial institutions. They are crucial tools. Many financial institutions use them to actually shape their policies or to examine the degree of their exposure to fossil fuel companies or to sort certain companies out of their portfolios. Activists and NGOs use these databases to expose fossil fuel expansion and to fight projects like the East African crude oil pipeline or the build-out of LNG export terminals on the Gulf of Mexico. Disrupting the bond between finance and the fossil fuel industry isn't easy, but my message is it's doable, it's effective, and it's the way that will win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hefa, for that great presentation and also for the incredible work that you do at your organization. I mean, I know how much WECAN has really enjoyed partnering with you at different times on our campaigns, and the research that you do in the data is so valuable, as you mentioned. And that I think it's really great to also hear about, the string of successes that we've had as a divestment movement. So I appreciate you highlighting that. And we have a long ways to go, but the fact is we have made inroads and they need to continue. So thank you for pointing that out and for the critical work that you're doing. And with that, I'd love to bring Olivia Bisa-Terco into the conversation. I think you just jumped on, Olivia, so I wanted to let you know I introduced you earlier. And I just want to remind our audience that Olivia will be speaking in Spanish, so please make sure that you utilize your translation function at the bottom of your screen. And Olivia, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you, I think, since the COP in at the UNCBD in Colombia. And I wish you well, and I'm so glad you could join us. You have the floor.
Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias, querida Osprey, por la invitación a este panel muy importante, haciendo siempre recordar y valorando el trabajo que hacemos las mujeres en todo el planeta para salvar a nuestra madre tierra. Yo quiero presentarme, soy Olivia Bisa, soy presidenta del Gobierno Territorial Autónomo de la Nación Chapra de la Amazonía Norte del Perú. Nosotros venimos ya trabajando mucho tiempo en la resistencia del cuidado de nuestros territorios y todo lo que contiene en ello. Este trabajo cada vez más es más fuerte, es más peligroso, es más riesgoso, porque cada año el Estado peruano, las empresas transnacionales y los bancos siguen financiando, siguen prestando plata a las empresas petroleras para que sigan explotando o abran más lotes petroleros en la Amazonía del Perú. Y eso hace que nosotros, nuestra voz, sean silenciados, estén buscando silenciarnos. Hace poco, Petroperú convocó una convocatoria para todas las empresas interesadas petroleras transnacionales para explotar el lote 64. Nosotros hicimos un pronunciamiento conjunto de todas las naciones originarias y la victoria de nosotros fue que la convocatoria fue desierta. Es una gran esperanza, es un logro más para nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, que nos protegemos nuestro territorio, pero asimismo la seguridad nuestra nuevamente recae, porque al momento de fracasar las empresas petroleras en querer explotar el lote 64, nos culpan a nosotros por la resistencia, por la defensa. Y eso hace de que nuestras amenazas, nuestras vidas estén en riesgo, estemos perseguidos, estemos amenazados. Pero esta es una lucha que nosotros siempre decimos al mundo entero. Nosotros simplemente cuidando el bosque. Nosotros como mujeres estamos cuidando la humanidad. Estamos garantizando que la especie de la humanidad siga existiendo mediante la madre tierra. Nosotros somos mujeres que damos vida. Todo ser humano y ser viviente nace de la madre. Entiendan que debemos las mujeres participar y tener voz y voto en las decisiones que puedan afectar nuestras vidas, nuestro territorio. Los pueblos indígenas, las mujeres, no tenemos vida sin nuestro territorio. Y si nuestro territorio está sangrando, es como si nosotros estuviéramos sangrando a punto de perder nuestros hijos. Es como si nos arrancaran del vientre el ser humano que estamos procreando. Ese es el vínculo que nosotros tenemos con la madre tierra. en el planeta Tierra depende de la Tierra, depende lo que genera la Tierra. Y no podemos estar suicidándonos nosotros mismos. Hemos hecho muchas incidencias internacionales gracias también al apoyo de nuestros aliados. También está Osprey, que siempre nos apoya. Hemos hecho incidencias en Citibank, en JP Morgan, en Banco de América, con Santander, con HS, SBS, diciendo que debemos de financiar la vida. Nosotras las mujeres tenemos trabajos en nuestro territorio que son una alternativa para poder desarrollar sin la necesidad de explotar los combustibles fósiles. Están en nuestro plan de vida las alternativas de desarrollo económico que no tiene nada que ver con la explotación de combustibles fósiles. También estamos buscando alternativas para poder cambiar el mecanismo de transición energética. Es importante de que nuestras luchas, nuestras acciones, nuestros trabajos sean tomados en cuenta y sean valorados, porque esos trabajos que venimos haciendo las mujeres del mundo es para salvar al mundo. No es un capricho, no es una rebeldía de la mujer. Es una preocupación grande porque nosotros tenemos hijos y queremos que nuestros hijos gocen de buena salud, de buen ambiente, de buena vida. Por eso estamos acá, por eso estamos unidos todos. Debemos de unir más fuerzas. Están provocando guerras para dar valor al petróleo. Nuevamente es una táctica que están realizando para dar valor a alzar los precios de los combustibles. Pero es momento ya de nosotros abrir los ojos y decir basta. Hay muchas alternativas de energías y no solamente de combustibles, porque si seguimos con los combustibles fósiles, créame que no vamos a vivir más de 10 años o más de 20 años para poder ver la destrucción de la tierra. En mi territorio se está dando incendios forestales. Nunca se ha visto incendios forestales en mi nación, pero ya hubo. Nunca hubo sequía en mi territorio. Y hay sequías. Duele en el alma ver los peces, los animales morir quemados, morir de la calentura porque levanta la temperatura del río. Duele, porque nosotros crecimos en esos ríos, en esos bosques. Por eso, el trabajo que nosotros hacemos como mujeres y como pueblos indígenas, como mujeres indígenas, tiene que ser visibilizados y considerados. Muchas de las veces, en muchos espacios, hablamos. Las mujeres tenemos que sacrificar nuestras vidas para poder ser considerados en los espacios internacionales. Eso ya debe cambiar. Debemos de cambiar al mundo, incluyéndonos todos. En este planeta, para salvar el planeta, se necesita el trabajo conjunto de jóvenes, niños, mujeres, varones, de todos, para poder considerar y para poder salvar. No podemos ser ajenos a la destrucción de la tierra. Nuestro trabajo ha sido muy importante y resistencia hasta el último. Por nuestro trabajo, muchos de nuestros compañeros han sido asesinados, pero seguimos luchando ese legado, seguimos defendiendo el legado que dejó nuestros abuelos. Esto yo quiero agradecer, asimismo, decir que unidos podemos las mujeres cambiar el mundo y la historia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Olivia, and I really want to thank you for your leadership as a woman president of your entire nation. We send you so much support and respect. They're very fortunate to have you as their leader. I've been with Olivia in different spaces and meetings, and it's been incredible to hear her communicating with the financial institutions, with governments, to protect and defend her territories and her people, and in essence, all of us, for protecting her region, which is important to everyone around the world. And as she said, you know, the fact of the courage it takes to do this work with the violence and the incredible the risk that the women take for standing up is tremendous. And, you know, it's hard to imagine if you don't live in those communities, what's it like. But I just wanted to really acknowledge the incredible courage to do this work and the lives that are on the line. And I wanted to just mention that later on this week, as part of this assembly, we're going to be having a panel on the Escazú Agreement, which is a bilateral agreement in the Latin American and Caribbean region that we want to really highlight because though it is for that one region in the world, it's an incredibly important legislation that can protect women land defenders. And we want to really open that up and ensure that we all have access to knowledge of the Escazú Agreement and can support women land defenders in the LAC region with this particular legislation and protection for them. So with that, I would love to now hand the floor to Ayumi Fukakusa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayumi Fukakusa from Friends of the Earth Japan. I'm sorry that I could not join this panel live due to the time difference, but I truly appreciate this opportunity and feel so honored to be part of this important panel. I am a climate change and energy campaigner and working to stop Japanese government and the companies from financing dirty energy projects overseas, including nuclear, coal, and fossil gas. Over the past decade, Japan has faced international criticism for financing coal power projects abroad with huge public money. Japan was the top financier for coal power. Even after Japan joining international commitment to end such financing, Japan continued to support coal-fired power plants, particularly in countries like Indonesia and Bangladesh. And these projects have been devastating impact on local communities, leading to the loss of livelihood and even criminalization of those who resisted. Together with local farmers, fisherfolk, and local NGO partners and international partners, we campaigned to stop Japanese financing of coal. And thanks to persistent local resistance and joint work with both domestic and international allies, Japan finally stopped financing new coal projects abroad in 2022. This victory was a powerful example of people power and global solidarity. Through this campaign, we targeted mainly Japanese public financier, JBIC, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, backed by Japanese government. And the Japanese government often claimed that their technology was advanced and beneficial for so-called developing countries. But in reality, as I explained, the project brought harm to the communities, and also the exported plants used substandard technology. So they offered no help, but brought more harm to communities. Many communities were left poorer after losing their livelihood. It was important for us to challenge the false narrative that these projects were a form of international cooperation or development assistance. Unfortunately, Japan has not given up on fossil fuel. Today, one of our biggest concerns is the aggressive financing of liquefied natural gas or LNG. Japan is one of the largest public financiers of LNG terminals, and historically, Japanese companies and also the government have a kind of pride of being leaders in the LNG market. But with domestic demand for LNG declining and also over-contracting, Japanese companies, those who are trading LNG, they are now pushing their excess supply into new markets across Asia by financing new energy facilities in the region, while also investing in upstream and midstream operations in places like the United States or Mozambique. In Mozambique, Total Energy is leading massive LNG project. There are serious human rights violations allegations reported. And even though the project itself is led by French Total Energy, but Japanese companies and banks and the government collectively are the largest financial backers of this project. And in the United States, Japan is also the top financier of export terminals. Earlier this year, we hosted a powerful delegation from the United States to Tokyo. Manning Lawlerson from Texas, he shared how his life has been directly impacted by dirty energy projects. He said, while communities are suffering, companies are making huge profits. Sharon Wilson, she used her optical gas imaging camera to capture the methane pollutions, and she showed Japanese politicians the methane pollution from LNG infrastructure, making it crystal clear how harmful and how dirty LNG is. On the other hand, the companies and government are still claiming LNG is cleaner energy. Last year, a Fisher Folk representative from Philippines also joined us in Japan to share his powerful story and demanded that Japan stop financing LNG in their country and all over the world. Ending financing for dirty energy is not only critical to solve the climate crisis, but it's also about protecting people's lives. For me, what matters most is listening to the voices of frontline communities and ensuring these voices reach to the financiers who continue to ignore the consequence of their investments. I know the economic and financial arguments of the project speaks to investors and financiers, and we should use these arguments actually strategically when we speak to financiers. But we must not forget that there are people in the middle of the fight, and it is also their duty, financiers' duty, to protect humans and the environment. Fighting these injustices is hard. It's about real people whose lives are being harmed by decisions made in boardrooms far away. I'm deeply sorry that Japanese government and banks have not yet ended their finance for these kind of harmful projects, but pressure is mounting, and more people are rising to demand climate justice. Once again, I'm sorry I couldn't join you live, but I hope this event goes well and inspires all of us to keep fighting for climate justice, for communities, and for justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ayumi. I'm really glad that she was able to join us through video, and also really important to see how much this divestment movement is really international. In a lot of the spaces we meet around this divestment work, it's amazing what is going on through grassroots and frontline leadership and different organizations all collecting around this divestment work. So it's really good to hear from her in Japan. And then I am so honored to bring my dear colleague on, Michelle Cook, who is the founder of Divest, Invest, Protect. Michelle, you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Well, good morning, everyone. Yat e Michelle Cook Inishye, Hanagahni Nishlit, Scott Irish English Basis Chin, Tobahi Dashich A, Scott Irish English Dashanale. My name is Michelle Cook. I was also recently given the name Pitehinupa, which means buffalo woman with two horns. And I was told to start introducing myself on those terms as well. I'm so thankful for the invitation today. With Osprey, as you've seen over the years, WECAN has been instrumental in bringing the voices of those who have been most impacted by corporate tyranny, by pollution, by extraction to the front lines of the financial industry to finally bring Indigenous women to the center of these places of power. And that was a historic work that we were able to do with WECAN, and I'm so thankful for that. But we're still in this moment of crisis right now. Why is divestment important? Why does it remain important for the time that we're living in? Fundamentally, as we all know, we're on the brink of collapse. We see extinctions, we see accelerated corporate development, we see live-streamed genocide, we see whole nations of children crying out to the earth and to the heavens for mercy and for pity and for international law to be real, for there to be some kind of accountability to make the harm stop. This is where we're at. And we see just this past 2 years, we've seen epic and historic flooding in parts of southwestern Virginia, whole swaths of communities taken down by devastating floods. And despite the promises throughout centuries that coal development in Southwest Virginia will bring us progress, we have people there who still do not have homes, who still are mucking out mud from their homes, breaking their backs with no relief coming. They're still living like this in the so-called most advanced nation in the world, but yet we cannot send aid to the people who are living and enduring the front lines of climate change. The people of West Virginia and Southwest Virginia continue to need help. In Arizona, we see violence against women in the recent and tragic murder of Emily Pike, whose perpetrators remain at large today, missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. We have this still continuing. We have it here and all over the world, we continue to have our leadership under attack. Throughout the world, I think it was last year, 324 human rights defenders were missing or murdered or disappeared, most coming from South America, most fighting extraction industries. And not only are our leaderships being missing, murdered, and disappeared, but our leadership are also under attack personally, from smear campaigns, from targeting, from an attempt to remove Indigenous leadership and to discredit them. So the Indigenous women who you see today, who you've seen throughout the weeks, are fighting incredible battles on many levels. And we have to continue to support them. And I'm so thankful for Osprey at WECAN, who throughout the years has continued to support my advocacy throughout the victories and throughout the attacks. I'm so thankful for you. And we continue to see, in every instance of our successes and in our victories, we see the reflection of repression. We see when we have in the power of our movements, of our social movements, we see the rise of criminalization over the past decade. When we look at our divestment movements, when we see the advances that we've made there, we also see a response and a rejection of ESG standards and almost a criminalization of ESG standards, where even investors are being told you cannot use climate as a reasoning to determine where your money is going or not. How repressive. We also see the power of Black Lives Matter and of people of color. We see the swing back of that pendulum in the against our movements for anti-racism, with now this anti-DEI initiative that has been federally mandated. So this is where we're at. We see even the power of our thoughts, of our methodologies of critical race theory. Who's afraid of critical race theory? Critical race theory is a methodology to understand history, but yet we even see our mental methodologies being criminalized, being erased. And I think if that shows anything to us, is that in every instance of our victories, we are seeing that reaction, and that reaction does not need to put fear into us. That reaction really needs to be proof that what we are doing is striking the heart of capital. What we are doing is striking the heart of that colonialism. What we're doing is striking the heart of that inequality, so much so that it has to restructure itself, it has to make laws to stop us. That's how powerful we are, and they know it. And we have to believe in our own power. We see all of these repression as reflections, right? So how do we respond? How do we respond to all of these situations? Well, with Divest, Invest, Protect, we work to do the divestments, but we're also very much working to invest into initiatives that will be life affirming, even on a grassroots level with our organization that is still very small. We've been able to provide Narcan to Southwest Virginia, right? Even though Southwest Virginia has been promised the progress through coal development, Southwest Virginia remains the #1 capital for the highest rates of overdoses with pharmaceuticals. #1 in the United States. Why can't we have investments, not just in coal, not in coal? Why can't we have investments in rehab and recovery? But we're not seeing those investments. But we can do that. We can try to bring in that Narcan. We can try to bring in that harm reduction, because frankly, it's only in us that I trust. And after surviving those floods and seeing the devastation and seeing that no one is coming, it reaffirms that it is us that will save us. It's going to be our communities, our ability to organize, our ability to create networks of mutual aid in these moments of crisis that will bring us through. And I'm so thankful for the community efforts that have come out of all of these disaster zones to meet that need. And at Divest, Invest, Protect, we're still very much working on investing in the education of women and girls. We've been able to invest in a classroom in the holy lands of Uttar Pradesh, Vrindavan in India, to provide a classroom space for around 50 students and girls who need this education to hopefully prevent marrying too young. So there's many, many ways that we can come forward and we can invest, we can protect ourselves. And I just want to thank you for this, and to continue to look at our website, and you can learn more about us in the future. But just very thankful for the time here. And just to conclude, in the words of translated word of Antonio Gramsci, he said, the old world is dying, a new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. And as an Indigenous woman in 2025, I would tell him, now is the time of monsters, but it is also the time of the monster slayers. And that's who each and every one of us can become through prayer, through ceremony, through reconnecting to our spirit and to the source, to the real power. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. So thank you for today, and look forward to learning more.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Really wonderful to hear your powerful words. And we've put links to Michelle's work in the chat for people to learn more, and really appreciate the analysis that you're offering and the powerful work you've been doing for years. We do need to close this session. I want to thank all of the speakers for your really powerful work. Again, we're highlighting all of them in the chat. I think this divestment work is critical. And maybe we could do just like a screen share for a moment, just so everyone can see you before we go. If people want to turn on their videos just for a minute, and Jacqueline can just share, what everyone is here. And I wanted to close by also mentioning that we have a report called The Gendered and Racial Impacts of the Fossil Fuel Industry and the Complicit Financial Institutions. It's a big mouthful, but it's an annual report that WECAN puts out every year. And so we wanted to make sure that that's available to you, and we put that in the chat, but it goes into precisely the gendered and racial impacts of on women's bodies because of the fossil fuel industry. But then it also outlines the companies that are involved and the banks who are financing those companies. And it's really meant to be for policymakers, grassroots leaders, for all of us to be able to have those resources to fight in our communities. So thank you all so much for being here with us. And we'll continue to see each other in the streets, in the boardrooms, in the hallways, and all the places to fight on. And as Roishetta said, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Thank you so much. And we'll move on to our next panel. Appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. And with that amazing conversation, we are going to move to our next panel. And I want to welcome this amazing group of leaders who are presenting on the panel on FIRE, Youth Leading the Way. And I'm checking a note from my team. Just one moment, please. Okay, we are going to take a little break from our webinar here just for a moment from the assembly to organize our next group of speakers. So we'll just take a little bit of break here and come back when all of the speakers have signed on to the live stream. So if Jacqueline, if you could please put us on break for a moment, and we will work on our next panel. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your patience as we organize the next panel, which we're really looking forward to. I now want to welcome this amazing group of youth leaders who are presenting on the panel on fire, Youth Leading the Way. I want to thank all of the leaders for your important work and leadership. Youth activists are in fact on fire. Youth climate activists from across the world have been rising to demand a healthy and just future for all generations and leading and teaching so many of us about where they stand, their positionality, and the path forward as they see it. And we're very honored to have them all here with us today for the assembly. And this panel is going to be moderated by my dear friend and ally, Neria Alicia Garcia. Neria is Chicana and an Indigenous community organizer, educator, story keeper, and human rights advocate. She was the UN Young Champion of the Earth 2020. Congratulations for that. I remember that. And she is a key organizer for the Run for Salmon Prayer, which happens here in California. And Neria is from Turtle Island, USA. And I'm really glad to see you and so honored you could be here to run this panel. You have the floor, Neria.
Thank you, Osprey. My gosh, I don't think I've seen you in like since the time we got rounded up with the UN at COP, whatever COP number that was. I'm young, but I'm getting older. Well, thank you, Osprey, and welcome everybody to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. As Osprey mentioned, my name is Nidia Alicia. I'm Chicana Indigena, born and raised in Southern Oregon, a small mixed status farm worker community. My raíces are in Michoacán and Chihuahua, Mexico. Descendant. I'm a mom, and to just get to the point, my life's purpose is to protect the sacredness of Mother Earth and the dignity of our historically oppressed peoples worldwide. And I'm so honored to be moderating today's On Fire Youth Leading the Way. But before we get started and we move into the magic and medicine that each one of these women is bringing to the space, I want to just invite us all to take a deep breath and close our eyes and take a moment to connect, to honor, and to ground in our collective power. Taking in a breath, I invite us to turn our spiritual gaze towards our own ancestors, the ancestors on whose shoulders we stand here today. Lifting our hearts to honor their struggle, their sacrifice, their brilliance, and the love that made it possible for all of us to be here on this webinar today. Inhaling and exhaling. Thank you, ancestors. We love you. And I want to just, this next moment, invite us to just open our hearts to grieve together the tragedies that we're experiencing as a global community right now. Think about all the places that are on your heart, all the rivers, all the mountains, all the communities, the children, the elders, all around the world and just feel the heaviness of this moment. This is such a heavy moment we are in as a global community. Take a deep breath. Again, grounding in the power of our ancestors to be able to hold the grief, the immense grief we're experiencing. And grounding, lastly, grounding and celebrating that we're in this together, that we're not alone, and having faith that our ancestors have sent and are sending the right people that are needed for this time. The right next generation of leaders who are already shaping, pushing, advocating, organizing, and creating a new path for the new solutions that are necessary for the next generations to come. Take one last breath and exhale. You can open your eyes and welcome again to this panel. Before I introduce our amazing speakers, I just want to give a little bit of context about why this panel is particularly important. And that is because for some of you, you may already know, some of you, you may not know. But as Indigenous people, we make less than 5% of the world's population, yet we steward 80% of the world's biodiversity. And our young peoples, especially our women and our two-spirit peoples, we are the inheritors of that sacred knowledge. We are the ones who will carry on the work of our ancestors, and we are the ones who will pass the baton to the generations that are yet to come. And so for many of us that come from millennial cultures, we understand that a lot of that knowledge is held in the hearts and spirits of the women and the two-spirit people in our community. Women are the mothers, women are the first language teachers, women are the ones who hold it down, who are the backbone worldwide. And so I'm honored to be presenting this series of 6 amazing speakers that you're looking at them, you guys. You are looking at the next generation. And like I said to them before we came onto this panel, like, I want to take a moment because I know I'm of my life, because that's just the nature of this work. There is so much at stake. This is not a pastime. I know everyone on this panel is deeply committed to doing this work. And so just to go into it, I want to introduce our first panelist, who I believe is going to be, couldn't be here today with us, but we're going to get to be with her by way of this pre-recorded film. And that is Mitzi Janelle Tan. She's the convener of Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines. She's a senior advisor for fossil fuels non-proliferation treaties, and she hails from the Philippines. So I'll pass it over to whoever's going to play the video for Mitzi.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mitzi Janelle Tan, a youth climate justice activist from the Philippines, and I'm so honored to be here today at the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. Thank you to WECAN for creating this space for us to come together as a powerful force of change. My country, the Philippines, knows too well the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. I come from a place where typhoons are becoming fiercer, where entire communities are being swallowed by rising seas, and where those who stand up to protect our planet face threats, harassment, and even death, often at the hands of militarization. But I also come from a place of fierce resistance, where frontline defenders and Indigenous leaders stand unwavering in their fight to protect the land, waters, and future generations, where young people and marginalized people have led the way to topple down dictatorships, where we have not just fought for our right to survive, but our right to live. And this is the lens and the foundation that shaped my activism. And I remember my first UN climate summit was COP26 in Glasgow, and I really went with high hopes, ready to demand real climate action. But I left heartbroken. The final text didn't clearly address fossil fuels, one of the very roots of the climate crisis, and it felt like a betrayal, as if the words that they were discussing and arguing about on this piece of paper wasn't directly related to people's lives across the world. It felt like a door being closed on the future that we are fighting for. But in that same year, I learned about the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and it gave me hope. This treaty that's patterned after past peace treaties, such as the Landmines Treaty and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where civil society pushed for bold systemic changes that actually worked. It showed me that we have the power to demand more and to demand real change. And so as we look to COP30 in Brazil, we need clear decisions on fossil fuel and finance. We cannot keep dancing around this issue. As we approach COP30, we need concrete, bold decisions and not just vague promises. We need a clear commitment to phase out fossil fuels, and this means ending all new exploration and extraction and ensuring a just transition away from these harmful industries. But just as important is the question of finance. For too long, climate finance has been tied to loans that burden the most vulnerable countries with crippling debt, trapping them in cycles of poverty and dependence. This is unacceptable. Climate finance must be given as grants, unconditional, accessible funding that supports communities and countries in their transition to clean energy, resilience, and recovery, so that includes funds for adaptation and funds for loss and damage. This funding must prioritize those most affected by the climate crisis, because without justice in finance, we cannot achieve justice in climate action. COP30 must deliver on these demands, or it risks being yet another failure for those in the front lines. And when we talk about phasing out fossil fuels and the climate crisis in general, we must also talk about who is most impacted by this extractive industry. Women, particularly in the global south, are often the first to feel the effects of climate disasters. We see this in my own country, where women in fishing and farming communities lose their livelihoods, where they are forced to migrate, and where they bear the emotional and physical burden of rebuilding after every storm. We know that the fossil fuel industry not only fuels climate chaos, but also violence against women in indigenous communities. We cannot separate the fight for climate justice from the fight for gender justice. We must remember that frontline communities often have the solutions. We need to include them, learn from them, and ensure they lead this transition. And we need to remember that they have the solutions, because where there is greatest repression and oppression, there you have the greatest voices of resistance. Where there is the least resources, there you will find the most creative and resourceful people, because they have no choice but to become resourceful, to become innovative in order to survive. And so when we learn from them, when we include them, when we support and scale up their solutions, we're able to support not just them, but everyone across the world, because when it benefits the most marginalized, it benefits all of us. And we've seen a lot of leadership from these most marginalized areas, from many Pacific islands, as well as Colombia, for example, who have endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which I really see as a crucial step for youth, gender, and human rights. We know that the climate crisis is not a distant threat. It is a present, lived reality for millions around the world, and its impacts are not felt equally. It is young people, women, indigenous peoples, and marginalized communities who bear the brunt of this crisis, despite being the least responsible for causing it. This crisis is not just about numbers or policies, it's about lives, about our homes, our families, and the places, experiences, and people that we love. At the heart of this fight is our commitment to protect what we cherish most, life. And for decades, we have been trapped in a cycle of broken promises and empty words from governments and corporations. We have seen countless climate conferences where fossil fuel lobbyists roam the halls, whispering into the ears of policymakers, while frontline voices are often silenced or sidelined. And so this is why we're pushing for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, this global framework to ensure that we have a phase out of fossil fuels, supporting a just transition for workers and communities and the global south, and investing in real climate solutions. The treaty will become a legally binding document, and our collective action, our voices, our resistance are laying the groundwork to turn this vision into reality. But this treaty is not just a piece of paper for governments to sign and discuss. It is also a movement campaign driven by the collective power of communities, civil society, and frontline defenders who refuse to let fossil fuel corporations dictate our future. To make this treaty a reality, we need more champions. We need more cities, organizations, movements, individuals to sign on and call for the fossil fuel treaty. Every new supporter amplifies our message that a fossil-free future is not just possible, it is essential for justice and survival. The treaty is about more than just cutting emissions. It's about dismantling the root causes of this crisis. It's about breaking free from the grip of fossil fuel corporations that have profited from our suffering, ensuring that we're moving away from from this extractivist system into a post-extractivist system. It's about challenging the power structures that prioritize profit over people and the planet, and about creating a world where human rights, gender justice, and climate justice are at the center of every decision. It is about life and the sacred duty to protect what we love. And as young people, we are often told that we are the future, but the truth is we are also the present. Alongside the most marginalized peoples, alongside movement elders, we are taking to the streets, building movements, and holding those in power accountable. We are learning from our movement elders, from past civil rights and civil society struggles, and today we carry that legacy forward. We are the ones pushing for a world where our rights, our voices, and our futures are not sacrificed for corporate greed. And so we cannot wait for the so-called leaders of today to act. We are the leaders we have been waiting for. And to the decision makers, organizations, cities, and policymakers here, I say that the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is not a radical demand. I'll say that again. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is not a radical demand. It is the bare minimum for us to survive and thrive. So if you truly believe in climate justice, if you love anything on this planet, if you truly stand for human rights, then stand with us. Support the Fossil Fuel Treaty, phase out fossil fuels, ensure that we have fair, funded, just transition, and we ensure that we have climate finance in the form of grants and not loans, and join us in building a world where no one is left behind. Thank you, and let's continue this fight, not just for our survival, but for our liberation, for a world where the rights of people and the planet come before profit, for a future that is fossil-free and full of justice, equality, and hope. Thank you.
Wow. Let's just take a deep breath. Thank you, Mitzi. Yeah, let's see, if you love that, let's see some hearts, let's see some thumbs up. She really threw it down. Mitzi, wherever you are, we are sending love, power, and protection to you. And yeah, for those of you, I just want to invite you to get on chat and type in whatever is staying with you from what she shared. For me, what I'm feeling echoing right now in my ears is we all have a sacred duty to protect what we love. We all have a sacred duty to protect what we love. So if you're feeling moved, if you're feeling inspired by Mitzi, go ahead and share in the chat takeaways you're taking from her presentation. Here, I'll share in the chat that because I thought that was so beautiful. We all have the sacred duty to protect what we love. All right, and yeah, so just to add a little bit of more context, the Philippines, according to Global Witness, is among the top 3 countries that has the highest number of killings of land defenders. Not only that, but over 40% of those land defenders are Indigenous people. So just keep that in mind. Just keep these little numbers in mind. And according to Global Witness, in 2023, 85% of the killings of land defenders happened in Latin America. And so our next speaker that I'm honored to be introducing to you all today comes from Mexico. Mexico is among the top 5 countries that experiences a high level of attacks towards land defenders. And so this next speaker, her name is Maria Reyes. Maria Reyes is a climate and human rights activist and fundraising coordinator of the Alliance of Non-Governmental Radical Youth. And so let's give her a round of applause. Let's give her some heart emojis, some thumbs up. Maria, over to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I work on the intersection of building infrastructure for the protection of environmental defenders and climate activists at risk. But I also work with diverse youth collectives that are trying to mobilize into the like international climate diplomacy space, trying to advance the protection of our rights in our communities in the UN climate negotiations. So today I wanted to speak a bit on the cooptation of the youth movement, and how this is a growing problem among the just transition and fossil fuel phase-out narratives. So just to give you a bit of context, we know that in the last couple of years, particularly in the last 6 years, the youth movement has gained a lot of power and gained a lot of tractions. You might remember seeing mobilizations on the streets convened by Fridays for Future and diverse groups across the world. And the youth movement was really like all over the news. And from there, we became a catalyzing force. And that catalyzing force has the power of being a turning point. So Indigenous peoples and land defenders are the ones who have been defending and protecting our planet for the longest time. The youth, we've been around for shorter than that. The youth climate movement has been around for just a couple of years compared to them. However, the youth movement has a lot more of media traction. And that's why we become this catalyzing force and we're a turning point. However, we're in a moment on time where talking about climate action and about youth representation is not enough, because youth is a demographic. It's not a political grouping. And so when we're advocating for youth to be at the center of the decision-making tables, we're opening the door for many things to come with that if we're not specific about the political horizon that we are pursuing. And that's why I wanted to introduce this concept of cooptation. We see that as we're advocating for a fossil fuel phase out all across the world, the conversation about the just energy transition is getting a lot of traction, and very rightfully so, because if we are not advocating for fossil fuels, then what is the alternative? However, if we do not have clear that the root causes of the climate crisis is not the emissions, but the colonization, we open the door for many people to being co-opted. And I want to give my personal example with this, because I have been co-opted by people that have been promoting false climate solutions, particularly around COP27 in Egypt. I was approached by people that were trying to advance the carbon capture storage conversation, which basically consists on like taking the emissions from the atmosphere and like injecting them into the ground, and then following the principle that somehow they're going to stay under the ground like forever. And they were really trying to recruit young people to advocate for these narratives. And I fell into that trap. First, because they offer you like media spotlights. And of course, as youth activists, we're very excited about that. And I have also been offered like travels to conferences like COP to do that. And I'm someone who has always been considered a little bit of a radical one into the youth movement. But nonetheless, I fell for that trap because they're very clever in the ways that they advertise these false climate solutions. So they got me to say that carbon capture and storage was a way of climate reparations. And if you Google my name, there's an article where I'm like endorsing that. And I really want to take this space to also like reframe that narrative, as in, I did not have the political education in that moment to question those beliefs, and to question the way that I was being utilized to advance false climate solutions. And I was very lucky to be organizing with Indigenous peoples, land defenders, and social workers in Mexico who called me out respectfully and kindly and taught me how what I was saying was actually not aligned with my values. And a lot of the problem is that a lot of the youth that organize in this UN climate and negotiation spaces, they don't have those communities to call them in, to call them out and then call them in. And so we really need to be building spaces for political education of youth to fight the cooptation of the youth movement to promote these false narratives. Because when we fall for this, we end up advertising things that inherently are harming indigenous communities, local communities, and frontline defenders. And so we end up harming the communities that we are supposed to support. And I've talked with many like elders in the movement, especially in the indigenous movement across Latin America, and they tell me that coming from the communities, if you don't know anything about the foreign climate movement, they end up seeing the youth climate movement as an oppositor as much as the companies and the governments. Because we go out there into the media and conferences promoting narratives that are harming them. And so we believe that we're fighting for the same. Like as youth, we believe we're fighting for the same. But if we're not careful about our tactics and our rhetorics, then we are actually harming the people that we are supposed to support. So I really wanted to emphasize that, especially now that we're coming into COP30, there's a big conversation around the just energy transition. And especially in the Latin American context, the just energy transition comes with a lot of land grabbing. And it also comes with a lot of false solutions being pushed into the agenda, like the UNFCCC, like this UN climate change conferences, relay a lot on the trades of carbon markets. Like it's not something that is happening under the table like fossil fuel deals. It is actually on the agenda. There's a whole negotiation tracks on carbon markets. And we are normalizing that because we're lacking criticism about the root cause of the climate crisis. It's not the emissions, it's colonialism. And therefore, we are allowing youth to be co-opted to promote things that are just moving us from one extractive system to another. So I really want to take this moment to also bring a little bit of that critical thinking on how, as youth, taking a seat on the table is not enough. We need to have a clear political horizon and a political horizon that is aligned with uprooting the causes of the climate crisis. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Just wow, Maria. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. That was a lot of amazing political insight and yeah, personal. Oh my God. Okay, I'm just gonna, so everybody, please jot down the questions because there will be Q&A. Maria, I wrote down some questions for you, so we'll get to that. But yes, my people on the other side of the screen, take notes because we are getting schooled right now. And the school continues. Our next speaker that I have the honor to be presenting is Samay Malaika Guaringa. Samay is from the Quechua Nation. Samay is the Vice President of Quechua Sarayaku Indigenous Peoples, defender of the rights of Indigenous peoples and nature, and she's coming to us from her homelands in the country of Ecuador. Samay, over to you. Thank you for being with us today.
Buenas tardes con todos, tal vez buenas noches o buenos días con los que nos estén viendo de diferentes lugares. Soy Sama Iwalinga, soy del pueblo originario quichua de Sariacu, que está en Ecuador, en la Amazonía. Soy una mujer quichua que viene de Sarayacu y que Sariacu significa río de maíz. Es un territorio vivo. Estoy desde mi territorio en este momento, desde Sariacu, desde mi casa. Vivo aquí. Soy actual vicepresidenta del pueblo de Sariacu. He estado en la lucha de defender mi territorio y defender mi pueblo desde muy joven. Lo he hecho mucho más a través de la comunicación y del diseño y el arte para poder dar un seguimiento y un futuro para mis hijos y para las nuevas generaciones que están dentro del pueblo de Sariacu y ampliar también a otros pueblos que están en el mundo. Crecí aquí, me enseñaron cómo respetar, cómo cuidar y cómo preservar nuestra naturaleza, nuestro territorio y nuestros seres vivos, que no solo son los seres humanos, sino que también está esta conexión con los seres que no vemos, que son invisibles, pero que existen dentro de dentro de nuestro territorio, son los seres que están protegiéndonos, que protegen el árbol, la casa, las lagunas, y ellos son los que nos dan esta estabilidad de vida dentro de nuestro territorio. Em, no solo estamos en defensa de nuestro territorio, sino también hemos estado dando propuestas para poder realmente parar el gran cambio climático que está pasando dentro del planeta y hemos dado una declaratoria que es el Causaxacha, la selva viviente o living forest, que lo decimos también en inglés, que es de respetar la vida en armonía que ha venido viviendo los pueblos durante muchas generaciones y que han sido una transmisión de nuestros ancestros y que esto lo hemos intentado jurídicamente en los derechos de que nuestro territorio sea declarado Causaxacha, selva viviente. Hemos estado luchando con estas propuestas para poder realmente defender nuestro territorio y la vida que está dentro del territorio de Sariaco. Es un pueblo que también ha estado en resistencia, que ha logrado expulsar una empresa petrolera que estuvo dentro de nuestro territorio. Era muy pequeña, yo tendría unos 10, 11 años que lo presencié, vimos, y nuestros padres lucharon para que puedan, que el pueblo de Sariacu no sea explotado, porque hemos visto y las desgracias que dejan estas explotaciones a los recursos no renovables. Entonces, y eso también desde pequeña, viendo todo esto, he seguido este legado de no dejar que alguien dañe el territorio y que no dañen los territorios de nadie, que puedan vivir todavía en sus tierras sanas, con la agricultura, con la pesca, con la cacería, que la población pueda estar tranquila, que los niños puedan bañarse en ríos limpios, en ríos sanos, que no tengan que sufrir por las consecuencias que nosotros, los adultos o los mayores, hemos dejado a nuestros hijos. Entonces es una lucha que hemos venido desde muchas generaciones y que seguimos transmitiendo también a nuestros hijos. También hemos dado propuestas diferentes donde los territorios, los pueblos, tenemos todo el conocimiento y la sabiduría de cómo tenemos que gestionar y administrar nuestros territorios. Es muy importante que en estos grandes conversatorios globales den realmente la palabra a los pueblos que están defendiendo su tierra y que podrían realmente dar soluciones al verdadero cambio climático. Entonces, dar realmente como la batuta a los pueblos para que se pueda realmente orientar a hacer el cambio para poder preservar y poder realmente contribuir a parar el cambio climático. También hemos estado creando propuestas donde los pueblos reciban también fondos para poder protegerse, para poder proteger al planeta. Es una de las luchas que hemos venido y como pueblo hemos estado dando alternativas para realmente hacer un cambio. Porque si no lo empezamos desde este momento, un día acabará todos estos recursos, los recursos no renovables acabarán y será ahí que vamos a intentar cambiar el momento. Entonces, Yo realmente quiero compartir con todos esta sabiduría, este conocimiento para que las personas que están fuera y que se han desconectado de su naturaleza, de su tierra, puedan reconectarse y comenzar a ver cómo podemos dar una verdadera solución. Y esta verdadera solución es poder confiar en los pueblos, confiar en nosotros y poder realmente aportar. Entonces, yo siempre he hecho la pregunta también, ¿qué tan dispuestos están también ustedes a poder hacer un cambio dentro de sus vidas para poder realmente aportar al cambio climático? Que es dejar este sistema consumista que está destruyendo la naturaleza, porque Sariaku no vemos a la naturaleza o a la tierra como una forma de destruir, sino lo vemos una forma de vida que coexistimos en conjunto y que no necesitamos más de lo que ya tenemos para poder vivir tranquilos dentro de nuestros territorios. Ese es como un mensaje que también quisiéramos dar desde los territorios para poder tomar conciencia y realmente hacer un cambio para todo este sistema que sigue destruyendo a los pueblos, al territorio y a la tierra. Muchas gracias.
Tlazokamati Samai, muchas gracias. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Ecuador to share your beautiful insights and to share your experience and your love for your homelands. I want to invite everybody to write down your questions, take notes. And I want to introduce our last and final speaker for this panel. Her name is Chije Bastida. She comes from the Otomi Toltec Nation. She is the co-founder and executive director of the Re-Earth Initiative that is based in Mexico and the United States. Over to you, Chije. Thank you for being with us today.
Hello. So I'm having lots of audio issues and tech issues, so apologies for that. But thank you so much, Nidia and Maria and Samai and Mitzi and Osprey for hosting this beautiful, beautiful space. I hope you can hear me okay. Is my computer audio fine?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, amazing. Well, what I'm going to talk about is the resources and the financing that has to come into the climate movement and also the youth movement. I really appreciate what Maria said about the co-option of the movement, because it's also one of the ways in which we are and our communities are tricked into believe that we can all access finance and we sell or we part of these extractivist models that I have heard a lot recently, if you have been following the latest forest agreement that the United Nations wants to push forward, the Tropical Forest Forever Facility. They want to now, the investors, they want to become rich from the protection of nature. That is what the new climate solution is, to put a fund of money into protection of all of the forests in the world, and then say the investors get the first 5% of returns, and then the countries that have forests get the next 2%, and maybe, only maybe, will the communities get access to that funding. So we have a real issue where we know that we need to shift our whole economy, but the people who have historically benefited from extraction are the same people who want to benefit from regeneration and protection. All of the work that indigenous communities have done at the front lines, now they want to reap the benefits again. So this is about perpetuating colonial power dynamics. That is what's happening now with our so-called climate solutions. So what do we actually do to build up the movement's capacity to receive the much needed funding for our communities to not have to work in factories, to not have to work for the mining industry, to not have to work for the oil industries, because that is what's going on. Our communities have necessities when we are put into an economic system where I'm not able to tell my uncle he cannot go work at the factory that's near our home because he has debts now. We have been pulled into a financial and economic system. So if we want to protect our land, we need to be able to access resources that are not tied to the same patterns of exploitation. What we are doing at Re-Earth Initiative, which is the organization that I co-founded and I am the executive director of, is we are building the youth movements and the frontline community and indigenous movements' ability and capacity to receive funding. Because we know that even if we got the movement, for some reason, if anybody was going to give the movement $10 million, $100 million, would we be able to effectively use it? Would we be able to effectively absorb it and then turn it into solutions? I think the system is so complicated that once we become registered organizations, once we have to go into reporting, once we have to go into grant after grant after grant application, we become so desensitized that we then have to shift our focus and we forget about why we started doing this in the first place, what the solutions that we were pushing for and championing. So what we're doing at Re-Earth Initiative is our main focus is to fund frontline communities, to fund the next generation of youth leaders, but not only monetarily, also with resources on capacity building. Let's say some percentages of the 2,000 applications that we got in our last regranting cycle, 60% of them came from Africa, and about 40% of them came from South America, from Oceania, from Asia, and about only 10% came from the global north. And if they were from the global north, they were from frontline communities within the global north. So we have a really good map of where resources are needed. But of all of those applications, I would say that about 70 to 80% of them didn't have clear timelines or budgets or anything where we could actually say that this is a project that needs funding. And we know that there are projects like this all over the world. So we are noticing that the actual gap is not necessarily in the funding, but also in how our communities are able to act project when it effectively, because we're pushing is created, and the fund for mitigation and the fund for adaptation, where all of this come we are banking on the fact that we are just going to have to teach each other, teach our communities, especially youth who now have access to different languages. You know, my grandma couldn't even read or write, and now I have the privilege of being able to speak English and tell her stories. So we have to be conscious of that as the new generation of youth who is connected across the world, to be able to learn these systems, to dismantle them, to bring the resources to our communities. And that is what we're focusing on now. Not only asking the questions of the things that we're demanding, but building up the tools to actually transform the world, the tools to be able to measure the impact that Indigenous communities have had. And that at the end of the day, it is not about how the global north and all of these finance mechanisms come to our territories. It's actually about how they ask for forgiveness for the harm that they have caused. And maybe then we can co-create something together. Maybe. I was just at a dinner in London Climate Week where a lot of very important and fancy people were talking about nature financing and nature financing mechanisms. There were over 100 guests and only 2 Indigenous representatives. And I told them, you first need to ask for forgiveness before you think you can come into our communities and impose a solution that is only going to make you richer. What are we redefining as wealth? How are we going to make sure that the wealth is in life, in our living, thriving forests and oceans, and most importantly, in the wisdom of past generations and the stability of our descendants. That is where we're heading. And I think we all know that the next 25 years, the next generation is going to be the critical timeline for the path that we choose. So the challenge for youth is to stay grounded, as Maria put it, and to not be co-opted, to have communities that can call us in. But the challenge for the world is to ask and question the systems that have made it so that the global north has become so rich from our lands, and that doesn't happen with the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiye, for being with us and sharing all that important insight. Very, very, very valuable, very insightful, very potent. Now I wanted to move us on to our Q&A. Unless we have any other speaker here who's showed up. No, I don't think so. All right, well, my first question is for you, Maria. You talked about how youth climate movements are being co-opted, and I wanted to ask you, what are some things we can do to prevent other youth from being co-opted?
I think creating community is a first step. As I was sharing, after I was replicating harmful narratives, I had a community at home that called me out and then called me in. And a lot of youth that do not come from grassroots communities don't have that. So we need to create that. We need to create communities within the spaces where these youth are. And then we need political education. We need to, as she was saying, like, we're coming to a point where we have to teach each other how the system works and then how to, break the system down. So I think we also need that. Like, we need to educate each other. We need to educate the youth on going beyond the emissions. Like, what are the root causes of the climate crisis? And like, how can we generally target like the root causes of extractivism? And I think we also need to question representation. I think it is not feasible to expect that because someone is part of a community, they will represent the best interests of that community. I think whenever you platform youth, you need to be asking, who are you accountable to? And who are you working with? Because so many people get profiled into this, like, the commodification of the climate narratives, and they end up acting in very individual ways. So we really need to be spotlighting the people that are working in communities, and whose actions are going to reflect on communities on the ground.
Wow, thank you so much, Maria. And I think that's one of the beautiful things when I think about times where I was in these international spaces as well, getting really confused by the ever-changing, evolving language. And these companies are so good at like nature-based solutions and like changing their language to make it seem more appealing. And I'm so grateful I had elders who were like, no, para allá no. Véngase pa acá. No, don't go over there. No, it looks fancy, but not all that shines is glitter. So yes, elders, who are you accountable to? And, who do you represent? Thank you so much, Maria, for that insight. My next question is for Samay. Samay, you spoke about how your community was successful in pushing out an oil company from your homelands, and that is big. That is a big success. And my question to you is, what are some of the key, what was the key to, in your opinion, to Sarayaku's success in kicking this oil company out?
Bueno, lo primordial fue la lucha de las mujeres porque tenían esta relación con la tierra que, que no podían zafarse. Y en el momento que explicaron que iban a destruir una parte y que iban a sacar, era como sacarle a sus hijos de ellos también. Es como, esa fue una de las primeras reacciones. Como dije, yo estaba bastante pequeña, entonces yo me acuerdo de lo que, cómo Sariaku tuvo que luchar y unirse. Fue una lucha conjunta donde hubo toda una planificación donde las escuelas, los colegios y toda la actividad del día a día del pueblo de Sariaku se paralizó durante 6 meses para poder expulsar a esta empresa petrolera donde hubo frentes pacíficos, donde había grupos de pobladores de Sariaku que entre mujeres, niños, adultos, ancianos, estuvieron en las fronteras de Sariaku para poder defender el territorio. Y en una forma pacífica, donde no hubo violencia, donde sí recibimos violencia del gobierno, del Estado con los militares, pero Sariaku resistió de una forma mucho más pacífica. Y gracias a eso también fue que pudimos llegar a la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos y ganar el caso Sariaku y tener realmente este derecho a poder ser consultados como pueblos originarios. No, que todavía no es realmente cumplido en el Ecuador porque todavía no hay este, em, perdón, se me fue el audio. Em, bueno, entonces eso ha sido eso ha sido lo fuerte, de que el pueblo de Sariaku se unió, que las mujeres dieron todo para poder decir no a a la empresa petrolera, de que no vimos el recurso importante que sea la monetización, sino que realmente era el territorio, la vida que tenemos dentro del pueblo de Sariaku. Entonces, eso fue una lucha constante que después de 10 años lograron ganar el caso Sariaku y que con eso ha habido varios ítems que sí se cumplieron, pero que todavía hay algunos que también no se cumplen y que todavía seguimos siendo atropellados por los derechos que el Estado no ha cumplido, el retiro de la pentolita, la consulta previa a la no repetición, entonces seguimos en esta lucha y estamos defendiendo todavía el pueblo de Sariaku con la misma convicción y con el mismo respeto que nuestros abuelos y nuestros padres nos dieron.
Gracias, Samay. Thank you so much, Samay. I'm like really just impacted by hearing you say how the key to this struggle was women. And you know, I'm seeing the imagery of elders and children and mothers peacefully protesting and peacefully standing to defend their sacred land. So yeah, for those of you on the other side of the screen, take notes, because if you're a funder, these are the criteria. You know, our panelists right now are giving you the criteria for who you should be channeling resources to, right? Thank you so much, Samay. My next question is for you, Shiye, and you cut out for a moment there, but you were hitting this really important point. You were talking about how 70 to 80% of applications that you receive don't have a timeline, and the gap is not in funding, it is in how our communities are able to, and then you cut out. And I'm like, wait, that's such a cliffhanger. You cut out for me. I'm not sure if you cut out for everybody, but it was like I was like writing it down and I was like, wait. So do you mind sharing that that point you were trying to convey?
Yes, of course. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. I did spill water on
okay.
my computer a couple of weeks ago. And not be representative of other data, but we have talked to other youth funders, and they have found the same, which is that if we don't
it's really hard to write a grant application. It's really difficult to know what the funders want. And if our communities don't have the skills, not because they are not doing the work, but because we are just, no one is born a grant writer. So we don't have the skills to communicate the timeline of our projects, the impact that it has, how many members it engages, then we're just not going to be trusted to handle funding. That's what happens time and time again. We know that the climate movement gets about 1 to 2% of all funding, and of that, youth get 0.76% of funding, and indigenous communities get less than 1% of funding. So it is systemic that we are just not trusted with the resources that we need to have long-term goals and to not have to leave our communities or sell our land to illegal miners, and so many other things that happen because there is no resources coming in. So that is the gap that we're trying to fill, and we have learned a lot working with youth from over 100 countries to see how we can help them in their capacity building.
Thank you, Shige. And my actual question to you was, in your wild, you talked about, you talked about how, and I can personally relate to this, my grandpa was a miner, and a lot of my family in Mexico, they get these international agricultural companies that come and buy it out and, misinform them about pesticides and everything. But, and you said, I can't tell my family to not work for these extractive companies. And so, like, in your wildest dreams, how can we create alternatives for our communities to not have to go work for extractive industries?
I think that's a really, really important question. And we need to also remember that for a lot of communities, for example, I spent about 10 days in Yukevik, Alaska, where the principal mode of employment is oil extraction. I also went to parts of the Napo River in Ecuador where the illegal mining activity is growing at alarming rates. And there are community members from indigenous communities that have to work for the mining companies. So what I've learned, and in my own case in Mexico, my community is surrounded by a lot of different industrial mega sites with over 2,000 factories polluting our aquifer and our river. And I remember when I was young and I asked my uncle, what do you do for work? And he said, I work at the factory. And I was so shocked because he's the uncle doing ceremonies with us, hosting the mezcal with us. He's the uncle who taught me how to speak up to me and pray, and to see that he's working in a factory was like almost felt like betrayal. But as I grew up, I understood that when somebody needs resources, it's who's offering them. So what we need to stop this from happening is, first of all, make sure that our communities are connected, resilient, that we work as a whole community. And because we need to remember that what capitalism does is turn us into individuals so that we become protective of our own finances, and then we don't resort to sharing activities and others. In my grandma's kitchen, it's always anybody who wants to come gets fed. It doesn't matter if we don't even know them. But do these traditions die as the elders pass away? They shouldn't. That's why we need to learn them, because we need to remember that also a solution to the climate crisis is preserving our own cultures. And the climate crisis also harms a lot of the traditions and cultural activities that keep us connected to our lands. So in my perfect world, our communities would have the climate justice looks like our communities having the right to live in our lands undisturbed, live in our lands, thrive in our lands without any company, any mega project coming through and telling us that they have progress, that we redefine what progress means, and we reclaim progress to be connection to the land, that we can live from the land in reciprocity with our land. I was talking to somebody from Belém a couple of days ago, and she said, if they want to come to Belém, they should at least get to know us, because what's the point of traveling across the world for the climate conferences if you're not even going to get to know the place that you're at? So that is just another call to action for really making sure that we're centering territory first and foremost in all of our climate work.
Thank you, Shige. Thank you, Samai. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everybody, for coming and attending. Thank you, Osprey and the WECAN team for bringing this. I mean, I don't know about you all, but I feel way better after this panel than I did when I joined because I feel less alone. And so, yeah, thank you for coming. Please follow Samai, please follow Shige, and please follow Maria and support their work. And I will pass it over to Osprey.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nadia, for your beautiful moderation and helping us with this youth panel and the incredible work you've done. And I want to thank the panelists. This was really an extraordinary panel. And, you know, Maria, I want to thank you for your vulnerability and your honesty, because we all can learn from it. And it takes courage to be vulnerable with what you shared. And I think we can all relate to that situation. And, you know, I want to say, one, I think also as elders, we need to support the youth so that they have the support they're requesting to not get co-opted. I think it's also our responsibility to ensure that, and to meet the demand that was made today, to ensure that we support youth education so that they have what they need to be equipped to do this work in a very complex political landscape. That's also our role to step into that. So thank you for that. And also just to say, it's not the youth. A lot of us who've jumped into the climate movement have to navigate these complexities and have made similar errors. So also to say, you're certainly not alone. And also to you, Sam, I really congratulate you as a young woman who's become a vice president of a nation. And I really wanted to lift up your leadership. I knew you many years ago and have watched you evolve through your work in communications for your community, and I really respect you as a leader, and thank you for leading your nation. And many times when we think about Indigenous communities, people forget to recognize that these are individual nations and entire peoples and a way of life. And thank you for sharing with us the Living Forest Declaration and your dedication and the incredible strength that the Sariaco community has. I've been so honored to work with all of you for many years. So thank you for your work. And then lastly, and of course, we're addressing those speakers who are live. I know there's a few that were not able to join, and Mitzi came through her wonderful presentation through her recorded message. But I wanted to also thank you, Jie, for your leadership. Also have watched you over the years, and the critical analysis that you're bringing to the conversation, and also that you had mentioned the really very scary proposal that is coming out of the UN and different bodies around the forest proposal and initiative that will be presented at Brazil. And again, as you said, it's the same old market mechanisms wrapped up in new language. And a lot of governments and financial institutions have a real knack for doing that. New pledges, new programs, and basically not transforming the structure and systems that are perpetuating further harm, colonization, market-based mechanisms, patriarchy, furthering capitalism, and these practices. And I really applaud how much you have really done so well in articulating so many of these causes and pointing out how we need to navigate so many contradictions in the system, and that you have been in many spaces speaking truth to power and been bold and spoken directly to their faces. And I really respect and honor you for doing that, and will continue to stand with you in that endeavor. So to me, it is just always such a joy to invite youth into our spaces, to see our future, to see your leadership, and how much we also need to really listen to our youth to guide us, because we can never forget that the youth are going to be living from the decisions we make from today, and the generational power that they have and knowledge from their lived experience, their bodies telling them that their lives are on the line. We can never forget the urgency and the requests that they're making. So I applaud you all, and I thank you for joining us today. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much. And again, Naria, thank you. Really appreciate your work here to help us with this session. And with that, we're going to move to our next and final panel of the day. This one is called Regenerative and Just Energy for All. And I'm just thrilled to have this incredible group of leaders from many different parts of the world to talk to us about regenerative and just energy for all. The fossil fuels account for the majority of greenhouse gas emissions contributing to climate change. So the world needs right now to transition to 100% renewable, regenerative energy immediately. However, we also need to transform the structures of power that preside over our energy systems to ensure that there's a just transition. And you've been hearing us talk about it all week, and it's so incredible because it's so important because it's again, this ongoing conversation we're having about how we do things, why we do things. We cannot continue in these same systems. So to have a just transition, it needs to be democratic and a cooperative energy economy, not just moving us over to renewable energy and perpetuating the same extractive economies and not attending to our overconsumption. It needs to be much more holistic. Communities need to be included and have power over their energy systems. We don't need these top-down structures. We're seeing again and again that local energy is a solution. And as the global community navigates an energy transition, it's essential that solutions do not reproduce, we've been talking about the same injustices of the fossil fuel economy, which prioritizes economic growth over human and environmental health. We're done with that model. We don't want to see that anymore. One glaring example is that we don't want to continue the colonial practices in the form of demand for critical minerals needed for renewable energy technologies, because that is growing exponentially, not only to meet energy demands that we have now, but with the growth of AI, as we've been talking about. We can't just assume that we're going to be able to extract critical minerals for this transition, or we will destroy further lands, have more indigenous and human rights violations and violence. So yes, we need to have this renewable energy technology. They do use critical minerals, but how do we go about supplying those minerals is a giant question. How much is needed? How much is fair and just? So to avoid this injustice and harm means incorporating a much deeper analysis of not only a discussion of energy, but of extraction over consumption, particularly by wealthy countries. This has to be part of the scenario. And in light of the need for a robust analysis, I'm really excited to announce today that WECAN is releasing our new report, and it's called How Local Community Power is Central to a Just Renewable Energy Transition. And we'll put that link into the chat. This is a report that provides a climate justice framework for a just transition and empowers us, the people in our communities, to localize power. And I hope you will enjoy the report. We'd love to hear your feedback on it. We've released it out into the world, and we're really excited for people to read it and implement it. And with that, I very much look forward to this important discussion about the just energy transition. And I'm really honored to introduce these esteemed speakers so that we can learn more about this. First, we're going to be hearing from Karabo Loko Ghanayana, who is the Renewable Energy Campaigner from Power Shift Africa from South Africa. Then we'll be hearing from Wahela Johns, who is Dene. I haven't seen her in a long time, an old colleague and friend, and former director of USDOE Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs. And she is the co-founder of Native Renewables from Turtle Island, USA. And another dear friend and colleague will be next, Natalie Isaacs, who is the founder of 1 Million Women from Australia. And then finally, we'll be hearing from Benedicte Larissa, who is partner at Energy C1 from the Ivory Coast. So this is a really special group of leaders that will guide us in this conversation. And with that, I'm really honored to give the floor to Karabo. You have the floor, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Am I audible? Just to confirm.
All is good. We see you and hear you well. Thank you.
Amazing. Greetings to everyone. It's really an honor to speak on this panel, alongside my fellow panelists. I'm really going to be quite direct in terms of my intervention. I'm going to start off by making two things clear about this specific topic. The first thing I think that consistently needs to be repeated is that a clean energy transition that leaves people behind is not just at all. And the second thing is that a transition that deepens inequality, ignores local knowledge, or reproduces colonial, extractive, and patriarchal patterns is not regenerative at all. So when we say we want regenerative and just energy for all, we're not just talking about switching to solar or wind or adopting renewable technology. We really are talking about shifting power. And I think if we miss the essence of having conversations on the power dynamics, we're really going to get this wrong. So, in every sense of the word, in terms of power, it's about who benefits, who decides, who's left behind, the control dynamics, who these systems actually serve. And those are important questions that we really need to answer. Otherwise, we may repeat a lot of the patterns that we do not want to see happening again. So I'm based in South Africa, but I work across the continent where a lot of the energy conversations are often framed around poverty or lack. Much so because many of the energy transition decisions affecting us are made elsewhere. So, in boardrooms, policy circles, and investment forums where local voices are absent or ignored. This disconnect we've seen lead to solutions that don't reflect the realities on the African continent. And too often it locks communities out of shaping the very systems that are meant to actually serve them. So the very energy systems that are meant to go into communities are not really shaped by the communities. And often there's a mismatch in terms of whether it's energy access, energy sovereignty, or even energy economic development. We are seeing a big mismatch. But luckily, that's not, Africa's full story, and I wouldn't want to just hinge on the negative sides of it. The beauty about what we're seeing on the continent is that in countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, communities are building decentralized solar microgrids. We're seeing training of women in renewable energy installation and organizing that is happening at community level to stop harmful fossil development. And that's a big narrative that's being pushed. And that's exactly why our organization actually launched a campaign called WhatsApp Africa. And not as a campaign to tell the world of what's wrong, basically, but to show what is already being done and to demand the space and support to scale it. So, WhatsApp Africa is rooted in the work of real people. So, women building solar cooperatives, youth challenging fossil fuel expansion in their communities, energy practitioners developing community-led models that actually work and are defined by the communities themselves. So our role is really to connect those efforts, make them visible, and push for policies and financing that allow them to grow. So without compromise, without greenwashing, and without delay, because there's an urgency when it comes to energy access, specifically on the African continent. And this transition cannot be driven by the same top-down models, as you mentioned, that created the problems that we are seeing on the continent. So regeneration starts with local ownership, local decision-making, and political will that puts people over profit. And the Global Women's Assembly's call to action says it best, and I'll just quote a part in it where it says, "We must move from a paradigm of exploitation to one of restoration." And for me, what that means is that a regenerative energy system is not only about renewables in the context of energy, it's about repair. So, repairing our relationship with land, repairing trust between governments and citizens, repairing the deep inequalities that have shaped our economies. It means shifting from global promises to local power, from climate finance in boardrooms to climate justice in villages, from carbon counting to care economies as well in the context of the energy conversation. And I'll just conclude by saying, if energy access continues to be rolled out in a way that reinforces inequality, Whether by gender, class, or geography, we're repeating old mistakes with new technology. I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and really good to hear about your work and analysis from the African continent, and also hearing about how communities are responding and building their own infrastructure. It's really exciting to hear that and how we need to go forward. So thank you so much for your comments. And with that, I'll hand the floor to Wahela. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, Osprey. Thanks for having me, and greetings, everybody. My name is Wahela Johns. I'm Dene from Northern Arizona in the United States. I just introduced myself in my language. I have been working on energy justice topics for a very long time. I grew up near a coal mine, and that helped to frame a lot of the challenges that we see firsthand when you come from extractive community, and learned a lot about energy systems in general. And yeah, majority of the generation was exporting, water, coal to feed big coal-fired power plants in different regions of the United States Southwest. To generate power not for our communities, but for others like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas and Nevada, Arizona. And so this energy system, quickly for me, it seemed inequitable. You go over the hill from the coal mining activity, many people don't have electricity. Many people, we still haul water. So the realities in the community as far as infrastructure lacked. We still have unpaved roads. This was over 50 years of coal mining activity in our communities. And so along with a lot of other young people, started to organize to, one, protect our groundwater, because they were using our groundwater to transport coal in a high desert region. And it was a one-of-kind transportation method of coal through a 300-mile pipeline that started to deplete our aquifer. So in years, I'm trying to do this really fast, but speeding up, we did, this is where I learned a lot about our communities, a lot about our people, a lot about organizing, and there wasn't any kind of roadmap that anyone gave us. We just felt called to do this because we wanted to make sure that we have water for our future generations. But we also started to think about, what do we want? If this is going to potentially shut down a coal mine, several coal plants, start to impact the economy of how coal was, being used as revenue for our tribe. What are we standing for? And I think this is where we talk about just transition. In 2006, we pushed for state laws in California. There's a regulatory agency there that regulates different utilities. And so this is where we went. We went straight to the utilities, and the people that manage the utilities have oversight to say, hey, this is an extractive industry that has been taking so much of our precious resources, but yet we lack many things. But this is what we are hoping to achieve in a partnership. And so we started a just transition proposal. And so that's a little bit of background. That was over 25 years ago. And I think in that time, the really trying to understand the needs of our community and people. We still didn't have electricity or running water. We started a company that focused on creating solar and battery storage and make it more accessible to people and communities. So we started a Native-led organization called Native Renewables. If you haven't heard of them, they're amazing. And mostly Indigenous women engineers that lead this team. And all Indigenous installers that do installation and care for this technology that's able to provide power for people who will probably never ever see power because they live in rural communities. And really kind of isolated areas where transmission extensions will never reach. This helped to jumpstart my path in government, U.S. government. I sat in a role under the Biden administration for 4 years that led the growth of the tribal energy office in Washington, D.C. And this was probably one of my amazing, funnest job ever, where, we were able to garner over, close to 200 million to get to communities and deploy clean energy technologies throughout Indian country, Alaska, all throughout, the lower 48 states. And so what I wanted to say is that here in the US for Indian country, what I saw was tribes had been leading the pathway of building sustainable, energy efficient systems to power themselves to weather climate impacts. They started a while ago, like 20 years ago. And so this is something that, it's not just trendy in the last few years. This is something that the tribes have been building capacity for a really long time, because out of necessity and to cut costs, but also to own and manage their power. And that there is sovereignty. And that's what a lot of the tribes, are trying to achieve, is that full sovereignty of owning and managing our power. So I'm gonna leave it there. There's so much I could say, but I just want to respect time and hand it back to you, Osprey.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll definitely do a round of commenting again, because we'd all love to hear more. And it's just so amazing what you have done, Waheela. And I know you also, as we mentioned in the introduction, have worked in the previous administration. You've done so much for Indian country and the work that you've done over many, many years. And it's also really inspiring to hear about all of the Indigenous women in the native renewables, and just the power of all of the engineers and the local work that's being done with that. It's really, really inspiring. And with that, I would love to bring Natalie Isaacs on the floor. Nat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Osprey. And yes, I'm speaking to you I'm about 80 kilometers south of Sydney. It's very early in the morning here. And I just want to thank you so much, Osprey, for this incredible gathering. And, you've done it again. You've brought these amazing women together. And I met you so many years ago at the WECAN 3-day retreat with many women. And I'm so grateful for you, because that was a profound experience on me. You really changed my life forever, really, with that. So thank you. Yeah, I'm the founder of 1 Million Women, and we're a women's movement here in Australia, and we really focus on empowering women to live climate action and to influence others, and to put more demands on politicians. We do focus a lot on reaching, women across this country that aren't actually engaged on climate change yet, that don't know how to get involved, and we bring them in and we bring them along the journey. And I think it's been the last 2 years, our specific focus has been very much on the energy transition here. But more specifically, our work's been around households, about how we get our houses off gas, how we get our houses, off fossil fuels forever, and how it's, interlinked with the cost of living, and how do we get energy independence. And so, in this country, like when I started 1 Million Women 16 years ago, we had 7,000 households with solar, and now we've got 4 million. And so that's just a huge leap from when I started. But we know, and in this country, that the energy story isn't equal, and we need to bring everyone along the journey. And it can't just be for those that can afford it. The economic benefits of electrification are often greatest for those struggling with high energy costs, yet low-income households will face the largest barrier to accessing these technologies. Last year we did a survey. We do this annual survey with our community, and last year it was about our households, and over 90, and we got 4,500 women take the survey, and over 90% told us that they had done some steps with energy efficiency, with electrification, but that they couldn't go further, and that they because of the barriers of the upfront costs that they were facing, and over 65% that they would act if the government gave incentives and rebates to help our households get off gas. And, there are 10 million households in the country responsible for about 10 to 15% of all the pollution produced here. And the easiest way is to eliminate this by replacing gas appliances and power our rooftops with solar wherever possible. And I think with the work that we've been doing over these last couple of years, we want to bridge the gap between real women's stories and the lived experience and the federal political discourse on this. And so that's, our work is probably in a few parts. We have a program where we've got about 3,000 women in that program, where we're navigating our way through household electrification on how we get our homes off gas, what rebates are out there, and how we minimize energy consumption. But we are pushing all levels of government and elevating the stories of women from all lifestyle circumstances in the process. In February this year, we took a delegation of 23 women to our federal parliament, and over 3 days we had 26 meetings with politicians across the political spectrum, because this needs to be multi-partisan support. And our delegation shared their real and authentic stories. Women who are renting, asking government incentives and encouraging their landlords to electrify, but to pass those savings on to them. Women that had asthma most of their lives, but once they got their houses off gas, one particular woman never had an asthma attack again. Women wanting to have community batteries and solar on their social housing, so that they can put more money back in their pockets and be less dependent on government pensions. And we created this policy ask, where we asked the government to support, over the next 3 years, 1 million households, to support with incentives and rebates to get our homes off gas and to electrify. And if Australia is going to reach our targets by 2040, to have all homes off gas to be electrified, we actually need that target of 1 million homes in the next 3 years. And just recently in our election, in the lead up to the Australian election, we launched our campaign called She Votes, and it was asking women to vote for clean, affordable energy now. And we reached about 849,000 women with that message. And so I think in closing, we are focused on, we are building this network of women across the country to lead their communities in the renewable energy-led transition here, but engaging with their communities, and in particular, we are focusing, strongly in the regions. Regional Australia is critical to Australia achieving our targets, but there is so much misinformation and disinformation out there. And so I think our work, we are harnessing, the real and authentic voices of women from regional communities to help counter the forces aligned against the renewables and the benefits in those communities. So I think, I think I guess I just wanted to say that here we think that women are best placed to lead their communities in this renewable energy, led transition. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nat. And it's really exciting to hear about the work that you're doing. I've been following you and watched your delegation. I think it's just so critical to actually just start doing the work, which is what you're doing. You're collecting your women's community and activating, ensuring that this transition is underway. I know you were not here for our opening session, but we were talking about how women are not waiting. And I really love that you're not waiting. You are asserting yourself, intervening, and moving forward. And I think it's really critical that we all do that. So thank you for that example. Unfortunately, I don't think that Benedicte Larissa is able to join us. So what I'd like to do is go through another round with all of our amazing speakers and ask you each to respond to the following question, which is, it's so great to hear about your work. And what I'd like to find out from you, and I know a lot of the audience is also very curious about, what do you consider from the work that you're doing in this transition to renewable energy and keeping it a just transition? What is the biggest obstacle that you see? What is the obstacle? And then what do you think is the best opportunity? So both looking at what is the obstacle to this agenda moving forward, and what is the, an opportunity to break through. So I would love to hear that from all of you. And if we could go back to Karabo, and we'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the opportunity as opposed to the obstacle. I'll come to the obstacle. In terms of the opportunity, and I will speak from an African context, and I think it applies across the board, regardless. I'd say that for us, the opportunity is that one, obviously, the African continent has some of the best climate when it comes to, accommodating this transition. Solar, wind, we have it all. So we have the resources for it, even the critical minerals are sitting on the continent. And that for us is really great and a really great opportunity. But at the same time, there's also a really vast opportunity from a energy access, sustainable development, economic development. We see this as a broader opportunity, even green industrialization. I think the just transition is really bigger than just the conversation on the climate agenda. It's really bigger and it's broader for the African continent. And I think it would be a missed opportunity for us to really just view it as a climate response, because there is bigger aspects to the conversation on transitions, even from an aspect of developing economies and including women and youth. There's really great opportunities in that regard. I'd say the biggest obstacle, and I'll mention two, and one is the funding conversation. So for us, one of the biggest things that keeps coming to the table is who's actually going to finance this transition? Where is the money going to be coming from? Because especially with the continent, there's consistent, you need to transition, you need to stop using fossil fuels. Fossil fuels exist on the continent, but who's going to finance this transition? And if we look at things like outcomes of COP29, a lot of the finance conversation is really not leaning in the right direction. So I think that's going to be a big obstacle and something that needs to be really addressed as to where this money is going to come from, where the financing is actually going to come from. And I think obviously there's innovative financing and something we need to get into further. Another obstacle, and I'm gonna again speak about it from the African context, is that the narrative around the just transition feels very imposed for the African continent. We need to own our own narrative around this. So a lot of the times, it almost feels like the concept around it is very much imposed. We need to own the conversation. We need to have a narrative on what an African just transition actually looks like. And I think that's going to be extremely crucial. And one of the things that we've seen in terms of countries not jumping on this concept is that it almost feels like the only narrative being pushed sits on the climate agenda and greenhouse gas emissions. And if you look at African countries, we don't contribute to that as much as global north countries. So it's important for us to have this narrative even go as far as energy access, energy sovereignty, sustainable development, livelihoods, economic development. And I think that there'll be greater support for the concept of energy transition. There is opposition for it because it does feel imposed, and I do feel like a sense of ownership of this conversation needs to be had for the conversation on energy transition to be progressive in Africa. Thank you so much.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for those comments. And it is so critical, your point about who's owning the narrative on the just transition. And I know, how important it is to lift up the, feminist analysis of the just transition, a climate justice interpretation of the just transition, to see, which we've been seeing more and more of, Indigenous peoples talking about an Indigenous just transition. And I couldn't agree more that we have to have communities defining what that is and not have there be a co-option of this term. And I know in a lot of the research that we've done at WECAN and in a lot of our policy briefs, we're explicitly taking time to write out a definition of just transition and recognizing that it's an evolving conversation that must involve frontline communities and those most impacted, as you have pointed out. So I think that's just a critical point. And as you said, also the need for there to be real climate finance from a climate justice lens, which is a whole battle going on at the climate negotiations, as we saw in Azerbaijan, and will continue on. That is happening in Bonn this week, and will continue on into the COP30 in Brazil, about where is the funding coming from and how do we see those funds coming as a form of reparations and funds owed that are rightly owed to those countries that have contributed the least to the crisis. So really important parts of how we're going to look at this transition to renewable energy. And I'm really excited to bring Wahila and Natalie in this conversation, but I just realized that Benedicte Larissa has joined us. So I want to stop the question period for a moment and let Benedicte, have the floor to share with us her opening comments. She's a partner at Energy CI from the Ivory Coast, and we're so glad you could make it, and you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Merci, merci Osprey. Merci beaucoup à tous les personnes qui nous suivent en ce moment. Je suis Bénédicte Larissa Dao. Dans le domaine de l'énergie solaire, il y a plus de 13 ans déjà. Il faut dire que dans notre pays, il y a déjà beaucoup de choses que l'État fait pour l'avancement des choses au niveau des énergies renouvelables. Mais il faut dire que nous agissons au niveau de l'agriculture. Parce que il faut dire que, étant très petite, j'ai vu que dans notre pays, il y avait beaucoup la nourriture. Et à un moment donné, c'était vraiment très difficile. Et on voyait que les prix des denrées montaient véritablement. Les prix étaient très élevés. De faire assurance à ce que toute chose passe par la formation. Et j'ai créé un institut de formation, oui, qui s'appelait dans le temps de la formation, qui est devenu aujourd'hui IE3GCI, avec 23 experts dans le domaine. Donc, nous, notre projet au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire concernant les énergies renouvelables, c'est de vouloir vouloir permettre à l'agriculture de passer à l'énergie solaire. C'est-à-dire permettre aux parents au niveau de l'agriculture de véritablement utiliser les pompes solaires pour pouvoir faire l'agriculture, c'est-à-dire en tout temps, de janvier jusqu'en décembre. Donc, je suis coordonnatrice d'un groupe entreprise qui s'appelle Groupe LEV, qui permet véritablement de faire la promotion des énergies renouvelables, tant au niveau de l'agriculture, au niveau de la construction, parce que nous parlons de construction écologique, et aussi faire beaucoup la sensibilisation. Donc, au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous voulons mettre en place 2 centrales d'achat au niveau de l'Afrique. Il faut dire que l'Afrique est un peu différente des autres continents. Nous, au niveau de l'Afrique, nous produisons moins de gaz à effet de serre, mais nous sommes véritablement le continent qui est le plus touché. Et à ce niveau-là, il y a véritablement une injustice. Et nous, on se dit que les énergies renouvelables sont la bienvenue et mettre en place ce projet-là de 2 centrales solaires pour la distribution des kits solaires à moindre coût et puis avec la qualité qui suit, ça sera très intéressant. Et nous avons mis en place aussi et nous souhaitons former des jeunes gens, c'est-à-dire environ 1000 personnes pour la gestion de ces centrales solaires. Donc, il faut dire que au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a un programme avec l'État qui compte faire 42% concernant le mix énergétique jusqu'en 2030. Et nous pensons que l'énergie solaire dans les zones rurales pourra véritablement permettre à la Côte d'Ivoire de véritablement diminuer son empreinte carbone. Donc, voilà ce que nous faisons ici, nous faisons en Côte d'Ivoire. Et il faut dire que même à ce moment précis, je suis en train de faire la formation des jeunes gens à l'intérieur du pays pour qu'ils soient des technico-commerciaux, c'est-à-dire véritablement être des techniciens, et puis pouvoir faire la promotion des énergies renouvelables. L'Afrique ne fabrique pas, l'Afrique importe. Donc, il y a véritablement il faut dire, c'est pas le même décor que les pays développés qui fabriquent tous les systèmes d'énergie solaire. Donc, nous, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons un réseau de femmes qui s'appelle REFE, qui notamment regroupe plusieurs femmes leaders et dynamiques dans le domaine. Et voilà pour le moment ce que je voudrais dire.
Thank you so much, Benedicte. We're very glad to have you with us. And I would like to continue. We're doing, Benedicte, we're getting a response from the other panelists, and we'll come back to you as well. I'd like to hand the floor to Wahela to respond to the question around the greatest barriers to the work that you're doing, but also the opportunities. Love to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, Osprey. I think the biggest barriers have traditionally been access to resources, funding, opportunities, which I think we heard from the previous dialogue in the earlier session. Indigenous peoples sort of, the numbers are like occupy or live near 80% of the world's biodiversity, and only less than 1% of foundation philanthropy is invested in Indigenous communities. and nations. So that kind of speaks for, you know, I think one puts it towards the foundations or philanthropy out there globally, that if you really care about the climate, the biodiversity, you need to invest in Indigenous peoples, Indigenous communities. There's also another reason why that's such an important part is that Indigenous peoples' language, culture, philosophy is intertwined with their environment and where they're from the land that they come from, and have been caretaking if you know they are able to stay on their Indigenous homelands for time immemorial, and have a lot to offer in the way that we manage lands, waters, for sustain healthy climate, you know, world. And I think that there's that connection, and it goes deeper even with our language. The preservation of our Indigenous language is critical. To every 2 weeks, Indigenous language is being lost once every 2 weeks. And we're seeing that here in the United States, where our Indigenous languages and our knowledge is not being as absorbed by our people. And I think that this is a really strong point. So one is the barriers of investment, but also opportunities is investing in Indigenous peoples and trusting. Like, I think that there's sort of a distrust that, oh, they don't have an organization, or they don't have the, you know, like, we can't organize ourselves. And it's just like, come on, people, like, just invest in Indigenous peoples and communities. It's just something about like the partnership that it brings when there is a certain sense of trust. And I think I'm calling on foundations and philanthropy just to trust, because there could be beautiful things that come and emerge from that partnership and investment. How I've seen just transition is been from the community-led process. So I'm not as familiar with what's happening internationally. You know, we took our just transition proposal, you know, 25 years ago, that was built off a community that was closing a cement factory. And it was the community we went to ask for advice on how do we do this. And in the last 4 years, I spent many times with nations, tribal nations, who have coal plants and coal mines close, and took through several in-person meetings of tribal representatives from the communities affected, but also from government officials, tribal government officials, to federal government. So it's all hands on deck, need to be in the same room having a conversation, but led by Indigenous language, led by the people, to have those conversations. And I think that's the part that is so critical in, you know, as we think about visioning. And our vision was of over 100 years out. And it was also looking 100 years back. So we can see where we've come from, and we can, you know, plan for where we're going. And that just sets a different context when you think in those terms, as far as years ahead of planning, because it brings up conversations that are hard. So anyways, back to you, Osprey. I'm sorry if I feel like I'm taking up a lot of time.
No, this is the point of having this session, and you're not taking up too much space. Take up more space. I love what you said, and it's so powerful to think about looking 100 years to the past and looking 100 years forward. That's exactly what we need to be doing. And again, based on Indigenous principles of the 7th generation, which we have not been doing as a world community. And so that wisdom from Indigenous peoples about that generational thinking is been missing, and it's critical. So I really appreciate that. And I also wanted to spotlight something that you had said about the funding. And one of the things, you know, that we've been really concerned about at WECAN and try to help buffer as much as we can is one, we want to see, as you mentioned, funds go directly to Indigenous peoples for the world that they're creating and the visions that they have for their own communities within their own sovereignty. And I think one of the things that I always find myself saying is, we're talking about decolonization, we're talking about structural change. And so why do we insist that Indigenous peoples who are living a different way, that we're all trying to learn from, forcing them into the capitalistic structure, into these systems of how these grants are run, and then forcing them into a colonized mind because we want to learn about being decolonized? It just doesn't make any sense. So, having these trust-based grants and an open mind to other ways of doing things is part of the transformation we're in, so we can move funds to the front lines where different ways of knowing and thinking are being that are the answer, or part of the answer certainly, can emerge without polluting them and without corrupting those systems or demanding people be other than who they are. So I really appreciate you bringing forward that point. I think it's an ongoing conversation and struggle. And with that, I'd love to bring Nat back into the conversation on how we're looking at obstacles and opportunities. Nat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the biggest obstacles here is the highly organized and well-funded counter campaign, which is clearly connected to the powerful fossil fuel interests, and it's aimed at fueling regional and community anger and opposition to to rolling out renewables, to accelerating the transition, and especially with offshore and onshore wind. And just in my own regional community here, there's so much of that going on. There's so much conflict between the community and for this offshore wind project, which will create 1,700 jobs and 870 ongoing jobs in this little region. And so it really is trying to drown that out. And I think in terms of the work that, or the what we witness every day with 1 Million Women is seeing this. I think there's this unstoppable flow-on effect when you empower a woman in her community and give give women the support that is needed so we can elevate their voices and help them influence and gather others in the community to do the same. And I think it's about that connection and that support and providing that pathway to take that on in a localized and effective way. And Osprey, I was listening to Mary Robinson's opening remarks in your first session, and she was talking about how important it is to be connected and to have community, and that really just underpins the work that we do. And when it's community based, it's personal, and then there is so much more about holding politicians accountable, and I think that there's this perfect opportunity to leave fossil fuels in the ground, to get our houses off gas here in Australia, and women are the perfect messengers to ensure that that important transition happens. So I think that's the opportunity for us. We are really building this network of regional women who have the confidence to connect with their local communities, advocating for a better, fairer and cleaner future for their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you so much. Very helpful comments and helpful ideas for people to organize for themselves and bring women together in their communities to demand this change. As we know, it's not going to happen without our effort, because the powers that be will love to continue with the fossil fuel economy till they burn the planet. So, just to put it frankly, so it's really important that we continue to push forward this other agenda and organize together for the renewable energy future that we want, that is just and safe for all of our communities. Benedicte, I would love to bring you back into the conversation as well. I had asked everyone and love to ask you as well, you know, in terms of the work that you're doing, the communities you're working with, the renewable sector that you're engaged with, what do you think is, you know, one of the biggest obstacles, but also one of the biggest opportunities that you see right now? So I'll hand the floor to you and give you the final word here on the panel. Thank you.
Oui, ce que je voudrais avoir comme un dernier mot, c'est un message à notre gouvernement. Il faut dire que les gouvernements se de véritablement mettre l'accent sur les énergies renouvelables. Il y a ce qui est ce qui est écrit, mais au niveau de l'application, il y a véritablement des difficultés. Nous voudrons déjà parler, par exemple, des taxes sur le matériel solaire, tout ce que nous importons, parce que nous sommes en association, nous sommes en fêtière, les entreprises qui sont dans le domaine. Mais il faut dire que l'Afrique ne fabrique pas, mais l'importation, effectivement, c'est un vrai problème. Par exemple, il a été dit que la Côte d'Ivoire allait avoir 18% la TVA supprimée. Mais dans la pratique, c'est quelque chose qui n'est pas encore effectif. Et là, c'est difficile à la population d'avoir le matériel solaire, les systèmes à moindre coût. Et là, nous voulons interpeller le gouvernement de faciliter les choses aux personnes, aux ONG, aux entreprises, à toutes ces organisations-là qui œuvrent dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Donc, c'est cet appel-là que je voudrais faire pour que nous, au niveau de Enagri, nous puissions véritablement développer l'agriculture, faire l'irrigation, la maîtrise de l'eau pour que on puisse avoir la nourriture en Afrique, je peux dire à gogo, pour que la population puisse se nourrir. Parce qu'il faut dire que les saisons ont changé et c'est très, très difficile pour la population agricole d'avoir de l'eau au moment opportun pour pratiquer l'agriculture. Et cela se reflète sur les coûts des denrées alimentaires, ce qui est vraiment, vraiment difficile pour la population ivoirienne. En l'occurrence, pour la population africaine, parce que c'est le même schéma. Voilà, c'est cet appel-là que nous devons faire pour que les choses, la transition énergétique, ça, quelque chose qui est réel, mais pas sur les papiers, pas en parole, mais de réel. Merci.
Thank you so much, Benedicte. We could not agree with you more. It is time for action. It is time for implementation. It's time to listen to women in all of their diversity and their leadership. This is why we're meeting, because we want action and we want it now. And we have the solutions, we have our plans, and we need to get on with it because we can't afford to wait any longer. So I want to thank the panelists for this really amazing session, really important to get into the actual nitty-gritty of this transition. What are we talking about? Who's doing the work? Who do we need to be listening to? And what kind of analysis do we need to have so that we really see an energy transition that is just and fair and where we center the communities who are impacted the most, while we also get our governments to act. And we're up against big forces. Let's not kid ourselves. We're up against big forces, but we can do it. And with all of your leadership, I have a lot more confidence in the next step. So thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to working with all of you going forward. Really appreciate you taking time to be with us on this panel. Thank you all. Look forward to continued collaborations. Thank you very much. And with that, I would also now turn to our audience and thank you all for joining us today for the 4th of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. And please be welcome to participate with us over the next 2 days. It's been such an incredible journey. If you missed any sessions, you can go back to our website for our YouTube, our WECAN YouTube station, or on our social media on Facebook. All of the sessions have been recorded there. So if you've missed anything, you can go back and watch. I also wanted to say that WECAN is soft launching during this assembly a WhatsApp networking platform so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, your research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. And we'll put that link in the chat. Everyone's welcome. There's been a lot of activity there, which we're really happy about. We also invite organizations to sign on to the Assembly's call to action that we are delivering to government and financial institutions, and that we will be delivering also at COP30 later this year. And that link is also in the chat. You're welcome to sign. And with that, I just wanted to thank everyone again for joining us. Another spectacular day with brilliant, brilliant leaders. And we're going to go ahead and shut down the live stream and the other spaces we're sharing this assembly in. But if you'd like, please be welcome to stay with us here in the Zoom room for some closing music as we finish out conversations in the chat. And for this winding down time, we do invite everyone to share in the chat something from the sessions today that was important to you, or something that you want to take away from the panels today. We'd love to hear from you in the chat as we wind down. And we're going to go ahead and stop the recording and close out with just this time in the Zoom room to finish our conversations. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.